प्रभा प्रभा मैडम, हेलो प्रभा मैडम, हेलो सर। ई सर्टिफिकेट है, ई सर्टिफिकेट डायरेक्ट आपको वेबसाइट पे भी मिल जाता है। जैसे रजिस्टर लिस्ट है ना, वहाँ पे और एक बटन आया था जब क्रेडिट अवर्स अप्रूव हुआ था ना, अप्रूव हो गया, खाली साइन होने का। वो हम लोग आप रजिस्टर लिस्ट दिए बाद से वो लोग दे डालते हैं, उसके बाद वेबसाइट पे हम लोग एक बटन लगा देते हैं, खाली आपका नाम सर्च करके क्लिक करते डाउनलोड हो जाता है बाद में हाँ बाद में।
रमेश ओगलेश ఎక్కడ పోయారు? రమేష్ ఓగలేష్ ఇక్కడ చాలా ఉంటాను కదా.
Hello. 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 Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Good morning.
Okay.
For 2 minutes, sir, it will start the session.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, all.
Good morning, ma'am.
Uh, I thank uh, Dr. Rao Saab Latpate for readily accepting our invitation and joining this session to enlighten us. And I take this privilege to introduce Latpate Rao Saab, sir. Sir, research interests in our sampling methods. Positions held are Assistant Professor, Department of Statistics and Center for Advanced Studies, University of Pune. And Sir has written some books, Advanced Sampling Methods, Recent Advances in Applied Statistics, ISGES. And Sir completed 4 research projects. Sir Sir has successfully guided 3 students for their PhD thesis, and 2 students have completed their MPhil also. And Sir published 25 research articles in national and international journals. And Sir has organized conferences 7, and Sir presented papers in the conferences. 22 papers has been presented by Sir. And Sir has attended 5 workshops and 2 conferences. And Sir is a resource person for conferences in totally 44 conferences at reputed Indian institutes or universities. And research collaborations are with ISI Calcutta and ICFRE Dehradun. And Sir visited foreign institutes or universities, University of Putra, Malaysia, during in the year 2018. And Sir is a member of 5 committees, and Sir is elected as an executive council member for the Indian Society for Probability and Statistics 2020 to 2022. Sir is a Vice Chancellor nominee for the selection committee of assistant professor and PhD students. Sir is an expert of project evaluation for DST Serve. And Sir is nominated as statistical external expert for ICFRE of the All India Coordinated Project AICRP, entitled Assessment of Demand and Supply of Timber, Fuel Load and Fodder in India, which is of 143.71 lakh cost. And Sir is nominated as an executive council member for the Society of Statistics, Computer and Applications. Sir is an member of Expert Research Committee in Family Welfare Department, Government of Maharashtra, for effective implementation of PCPNDT Act for Sex Ratio. He is also a expert research committee, and Sir is Aviskar coordinator of Department of Statistics and Mathematics, SPPU, during 2012 to 2018. And Sir is an expert for Human Resource Development Center, expert for Planning and Development, SPPU, and academic research coordinator of Department of Statistics, SPPU, and worked as a expert for Avishkar in SPPU and NMU Jalgaon. And Sir has the dissemination of knowledge to rural areas. Sir is disseminating his knowledge. Thank you, Sir, for accepting our invitation, and you are here to give the talk. Thank you very much, Sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for a nice introduction. Today I will present. Please, ma'am, allow me for the share the screen.
Is it okay, Sir?
Yes, yes, yes. Ma'am, is it this screen visible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and screen is also visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Today, I'll
Thank you.
discuss the topic multi-objective, multi-index transportation model for crude oil using fuzzy NHGA2. Now, several people had already worked on these transportation models. This is not a new model, but today's situation, everyone heard that one. The crude oil prices suddenly skyrocketed because of the conflict in between Ukraine and Russia. Now, in such situations, how any countries should deal with this kind of problems? Contrary to that, everyone heard the news, that one, irrespective of the bans and several issues are there, but government of India ready for to purchase the crude oil from the Russia with huge discounts. And this kind of the constraints we had already proposed in my article, which is appear in the IEEE transactions for intelligent transportation systems. And that's why I would like to present this model. In this model, I had already put the business restrictions to deal with any kind of eventualities. Sudden inflation or prices of the crude oils, and it has huge impact on the Indian economy. Everybody knows that one. Almost 80% crude oils we are importing to satisfy the demand of the customers and to run the economy. Without the crude oil, nowadays it is impossible, almost impossible. The outline of the today's talk is the introduction, literature review, mathematical model, and after proposing this mathematical model, again, this is the multi-objective model. That's why we don't get the precise solution. That's why we had shown the convergence of this model through the fronts. That's why NHGA. NHGA2 is already proposed, but to deal with the uncertain to deal with the uncertain demands and uncertain supply. That's why fuzzy is taken into consideration. And we had collected this data from the government websites through the examples, and lastly, we present the conclusions along with the references. Now, a conventional transportation problem, originally proposed by Hitchcock in 1941. It is a class of LPP, which transports a product from several sources to different destinations with their respective fixed or uncertain capacities. Based on these basic problems, we propose here multi-objective, multi-index, along with business restricted transportation model is developed for real-world case study, crude oil case study. Now, usually whenever we are proposing the transportation problem, the usual objective is to minimize the cost. While minimizing the cost, we put here some restrictions. Even though while purchasing the crude oil, we are purchasing with the higher cost to maintain the steady flow of the business. Otherwise, what will happen? If any of the eventualities are happen, then we are not ready to tackle such kind of eventualities. This kind of restrictions we had incorporated to this model, and this model, that's why quite important one. Multi-index transportation problems are the extension of conventional transportation problems and are appropriate for solving transportation problems with multiple supply points, multiple demand points, and multiple modes of transportation. Here, we have considered a crude oil supply chain of India, which consists of source countries, unloaded ports, and various cities in India. For shipping crude oil, source countries often prefer cargo ships, and ports in India prefer ports of India prefer for the tankers for shipping the petroleum products. India decided to import crude oil from different countries due to strategic reasons. It may be the war situation or any of the eventualities. We import crude oil with higher cost, even though we are purchasing it to maintain the steady flow. And this kind of eventualities I had incorporated in the model. The strategic business restrictions are incorporated in the formulated model by using binary or indicator variables. And this crude oil chain we had already discussed. Now for our country, which includes we import crude oil from 23 countries, and that is dispatched in India through 7 ports, and flow of various petroleum products from the port to different cities, and again city to various petrol pumps. Crude oil is supplied from source countries to ports using cargo ships, and produce petroleum product at refineries directly shipped from ports to cities using tankers, and in some cases pipelines with fixed capacities. Now regarding this model, there are several models are already proposed. Amiri in 2006, they had proposed this planning and distribution network of multi-echelon supply chain. And for this warehouse and plants, they already use the indicator variables. That's why while using these indicator variables to this model, we don't have any kind of harm. Several authors had already proposed it. Srinivasan in 1994 directly implemented the idea of the NHGA. They did some kind of the contribution in it in 1995 and 2002. Tan et al. Provided detailed survey on various evolutionary algorithms. Now the evolutionary algorithm we are using here, because of the multi-objective transportation problems are there, and they are conflicting with each other. And the beauty of the genetic algorithm is that one, that is biologically inspired algorithms. The biologically inspired means the rule of nature is that one, that survives those who are best fitted and eliminates the nature those who are the worst. In the context of the mathematics, we imitate this idea, those who are the best solutions are there, the best solutions are get retained and worst solutions are get eliminated. This kind of idea we had proposed, and based on this idea, based on the idea of the genetic algorithm, we had implemented here. Aneja in 1979 presented bicriteriate transportation problem in which minimization of cost and deterioration time. Kureni proposed the K-index single objective transportation problem. Then Kundu formulated solid transportation problem. Dalman in 2016 formulated multi-objective, multi-product solid transportation problem with fuzzy parameters. Recently, several authors studied supply chain optimization of the crude oil operations. For instance, scheduling of crude oil in refinery was studied by WHO in 2015. This multi-objective problem was handled by NHGA 2 approach. A conflicting multi-objective supply chain model for maximizing the overall oil production and minimizing overall water production are formulated by Liu in 2015. The formulated model was solved by using new hybrid fuzzy NHGA that improves the diversity of non-dominated sorting individuals. Latter, supply chain model, purchasing and distribution of oil by incorporating price and demand prediction was proposed by Yu in 2016. These are the model assumptions, requirement of the distributor and the retailers that is to be satisfied. Location of suppliers, distributor and retailers are known because of everyone knows the location of the petrol pumps and different cities. All entities in supply chain are independent and they are operationally connected. Otherwise, steady flow could not be maintained. Inventory shortages are not allowed. Otherwise, there will be the case in the country. Unit cost, unit time, capacity of suppliers, demand of ports, and requirement of cities are uncertain in nature. No one knows that one how much petrol today we require on any of the particular petrol pump. These are some indices we had proposed. I for the country, J for the unloaded ports, and K for the different cities. And here the capacity of the source country, that is expressed in terms of million metric tons, because of we require the huge crude oil. And DJ is the uncertain demand, that is also expressed in terms of the million metric tons. MK is the demand from, that is also expressed in terms of million metric tons for the particular cities. And H and B are the capacity of the cargo ships and tankers respectively. And these are the different costs we had already considered. And we propose two indicator functions, Yij, that is business between I and J. I and J means the source country and the unloaded ports. And for whole eighth quarter A, we had considered, because of we split this data in terms of the quarters, 4 quarters of the year. And the decision variable is amount of quantity transported from the supplier to the distributor, and Q it expressed in terms of the distributor to retailers. Here the role of the distributor is played by the unloaded ports, and the retailer's role is expressed in terms of the particular cities. Let's look here carefully this model that we had proposed for the multi-objective multi-index transportation problem. Here minimization of cost is there, minimization of transportation times are there, that is expressed in terms of the equation number 1 and 2 respectively. But here the costs are expressed in terms of the fuzzy, and we consider the left alpha cut. From the left side, we are moving towards the from 100% uncertainty to the certainty. We had evaluated the left alpha cuts because of it is the minimization. Whenever the any of the problem with maximization are there, contrary criteria are there, at that time we have to consider the right alpha cuts. We have to move from right to the center. And subject to different constraints are there. And while solving this kind of the problems, we don't have any kind of ready-made methodologies. Thus, we propose the solution methodology, which is based on the NAGA, which is proposed by Srinivas and Deb in 1995, but it has several drawbacks, and which is less efficient. Thus, to make it more efficient and to show the convergence in terms of the Pareto fronts, not here the point solutions, we are showing the convergence in terms of the front-wise convergence. And we had proposed this Fuzzy NAGA 2 for the business restricted transportation model, and we split the entire decision space in terms of the alpha cuts. We split this entire decision space or this feasible solution space in terms of the alpha cuts, and based on the uncertainties, the decision maker can take the decision. That's why we split it firstly. After splitting it, we generate the populations, and after generating these populations, the role of the operators, crossover, mutation, and here the NAGA2 parameter NC and NM are there. Then we evaluate its fitness function to check the feasibility of the constraint based on it. And we evaluate its non-dominated fronts by assigning some ranks to them, by ranking to them. Then we evaluate the crowding distance to get the clear-cut front. After evaluating this distance, then we employ the binary tournament selections. The tournament in between the two solutions are there, and those who are minimum, that solution wins the tournament. Later on, simulated binary crossover and bounded polynomial mutations, these parameters we had employed. And lastly, the non-dominated fronts are get evaluated. After evaluating it, we repeat it for each of the alpha cuts. Now, the crude oil data we received through these different ports: Mumbai, Chennai, Cochin, Kolkata, Visakhapatnam, Pradeep, and New Mangalore. That is expressed in terms of the Fuzzy. ABC means that is expressed in terms of the triangular fuzzy number in million metric tons because of the uncertainty in the data. Then again, capacity of the different countries from Algeria, Angola to United Arab Emirates, UAE, that is expressed in terms of triangular fuzzy number. And for these countries, they are supplying the crude oil in terms of the million metric tons. Now, demand of the different cities in India, that is also expressed in terms of the triangular fuzzy numbers. And here, the cost in terms of the rupees per liter for this crude oil, that is expressed in this unloaded ports through the different quarters, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4. Then transportation cost from crude oil from source countries to unloaded ports are expressed here. The number of days means time required to deliver the crude oil, that is expressed it in figure 3. In figure 4, number of days from different countries to unloaded ports, that is expressed here. The binary variable represents the business between. Now, this indicator variable we had proposed, as I had mentioned that one, even though in some countries the crude oil prices are slightly higher, even though we are doing the business, because of in usual transportation problem, what will happen? Those countries exporting crude oil to India with smaller price, only that will be get selected. To avoid to incorporate this kind of eventualities, as I had enlisted, that are expressed in terms of here the binary variables, and that is incorporated to our model. For different quarters, and for this NAJ2, it has different parameters. Under this constraint, we have total number of variables are 1428. That's why chromosome length is this one. We employ the static penalty. Crossover probability is 0.8, mutation probability is 0.1, crossover index is 20, exterior penalty is 10. We take the population size is 50. Selection is crowded tournament selection. Crossover operator is simulated binary operator. Mutation operator is polynomial mutation. We employ here the maximum 500 iterations, and mutation index is 3. Here we applied fuzzy NAGA2 at different uncertainty levels. That is, alpha is from 0, 0.5 to 0.1 for solving the model. We got different Pareto optimal solutions for different uncertainty levels. Thus, we conclude that transportation time increases, cost decreases. Means here the conflicting kind of situation are there. This clearly shows that trade-offs between two objectives. It revealed that the value of alpha cut increases, cost and time increases. There are solutions obtained at maximum iteration using without exterior penalty. These two objectives are their cost and time, and we are reaching from the alpha cut 0 to 1. Means 1 means this is the traditional one, but wherever uncertainties are get incorporated, we come up with the minimum cost. The convergence of the model using fuzzy NHGA is displayed. It represents Pareto fronts at different levels of uncertainty. It clearly showed that there will be the trade-off in between shipping time and the cost. It also gave the idea of range of the function. Also, it shows the optimal region of solution, which constitutes Pareto optimal front at different alpha cuts. It is called Pareto decision space for the region that is splitted from the 0 to 1. The uncertainties are there. Now let's look here. We have the solution in terms of the transportation cost and transportation time that is expressed in terms of front-wise. Usually we show the convergence point-wise, but here we show the convergence in terms of front-wise. Whenever my alpha cut is 0, both transportation time and transportation cost is minimum. As we reaches to 50%, again, it will increase and in traditional one, that is quite high. Now the proposed solution methodology, as we had already proposed, fuzzy NAGA2, is it superior or inferior? That's why we employ this solution methodology for Daya Technologies Corporation Limited data and verify that one is our existing solution methodology, is it superior or not? Now Daya Technologies Corporation Limited is the leading producer of precision machinery and transmission components in Taiwan. Its products are distributed through ASEAN, North America, and Europe. The company produces ball screws, and it is ISO recognized companies. There are fluctuating demands, and they are expressed in terms of the fuzzy. And this case study was already proposed by Liang in 2008. The details are in Liang 2008. Thus, for checking the applicability of proposed fuzzy NAGA2, we applied this industrial case study, Daya. While implementing NAGA2, we use numerical information of the Liang along with the same multi-objective supply chain model, in which all parameters are uncertain and they represent using triangular fuzzy numbers. We applied fuzzy NAGA to Liang multi-objective supply chain model and obtained the result and compared with Liang at different uncertainty levels. Under various parameters of NAGA2, we use this setup. In this case, we express multi-objective supply chain model of Liang in terms of alpha cuts. We have used numerical data of the case study. Let's look here, this kind of results we come up at different Pareto fronts. And here also we had shown the convergence in terms of the front-wise. According to Liang, the normal cost is $8,27,577 and delivery time is 1,657 hours. Also, optimal cost is expressed in terms of triangular number, that is expressed is of this form. The Pareto optimal front at different alpha cuts for the Daya case study, it is nothing but the Pareto optimal distance space for Daya case study using our proposed NAGA2 methodology. From this result, we conclude that our solution methodology gives better solution than methodologies already available in the literature. This methodology can be employed for several multi-objective transportation models. Here, we had more diversified solutions without restricting any of the objectives. These are some conclusions we come up with. We had developed a novel optimization algorithm that is based on fuzzy set theory and genetic algorithm. We mixed it, and this proposed methodology we employ for the crude oil supply chain of India under the BRTM. BRTM means business restricted transportation model for uncertain environment, in which the uncertainty at several levels like transportation cost from supplier and distribution, total supply from the supplier and requirement from various retailers are expressed in terms of the triangular fuzzy number. For superiority of the proposed model or superiority of the proposed methodology, we have implemented this idea to real world case study initially proposed by the Liang, and in that case also our methodology, so our solution methodology is superior. Thank you, ma'am. Thus I conclude my talk.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, if any questions are there, the questions are welcome. Hello. Hello, ma'am. I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for readily accepting our invitation and for giving this particular talk, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Lotpate.
Yes, sir.
How are you? Good morning.
I am fine, sir.
Okay.
Sir, good morning,
After
sir.
long time. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, Vishnu.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Rao, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello.
So Vishnu mean so busy. Right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hello, hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir.
Good morning, sir.
Latpate sir, Vishnuvardhan sir.
Sir, Vishnu.
Good morning.
Vishnu
Good
will be
morning.
fine. Just a minute, sir.
Latpate sir, I just now concluded lecture from your HOD.
Okay, sir. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, Ramanathan. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, sir.
Let us see what Vishnuvardhan is saying now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, shall I start? Shall I start, sir?
I think organizers may have to say something. I hope.
Okay. 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 So, is the throat okay, sir? Rashekar Reddy, sir.
Yeah, I am okay because some cold.
Yeah, because I have not seen you coughing like that in the last few years. That's why this bit little serious, huh? No.
Sri Madam may give green signal to the chairperson to start the session.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
Vishnu, night I waited for your phone call. Maybe I know that maybe sometimes you may be busy with some other work. Yeah.
Good morning, all the dignitaries. Thank you for joining us. And good morning, Vishnuvardhan sir.
Good morning, madam.
I invite you to give a talk in this particular session on the title Sample Size Determination for Analyzing Single and Multiple ROC Curves.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation and to be here, sir. Thank you.
Yes, madam. So it's my pleasure to connect with ISPS and every convention of ISPS. It's a privilege to me to be a part of this. I'm so happy for the organizers for this invitation and the society as well. So good morning to one and all. I'll be discussing about some sort of a procedures that are already existing, but I want to bring to the interest of the audience or interest of the researchers, particularly in the field of classification problems or in general, what is the need of a sample size determination when you want to go for a single test, evaluation of single diagnostic test or a two diagnostic tests. So the total framework is structured into a classification module. That is, for long, almost 10 to 12 years, I have been working in the area of receiver operating characteristic curves from my PhD program to till date. So my interest went on that let us try to explore some sort of a methodologies or a kind of a modules that are available to determine the sample size. So most of the statistician, I mean, we are all aware of that sample size estimation is very much crucial in conducting any study, in any kind of a clinical study, or it is a social survey or epidemiological survey, or whatever the discipline you take. Unless and until you define a sample size, you cannot have a precise results about your study. So it is a very broad area where the sample size estimation or a sample size determination is there. But here I confined my discussion with classification problems relating to some diagnostic medicine. Okay, so I'm about to share my screen. Sorry. Hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, so initially I have defined the total presentation with two parts. One, I'll be giving some sort of a introduction and some sort of a methodological thought that is involved in ROC curve analysis, so that you can understand using what parameters along with the type 1 and type 2 error rates, with what ROC measures the sample size will be defined. Okay, so now it is almost 7 decades back. It's a way back in 1950s or 1951, during Second World War, this concept got emerged, where it was used to detect the hit and false alarm of the radar images, using the radar images during the war period. Okay, and the first and foremost applications were observed or were witnessed in psychology, where the training for the pilots or training for psychologists were given using their mind perception. That was the initial experimentations that went on with the receiver operating characteristic curve, and psychologists have named this as a relative operating characteristic curve. But thereafter, over the years, it branched into many other fields like quality control, military monitoring, and some other areas. Now it has been widely used in bio and medical sciences, particularly to assess and evaluate the efficiency or the sensitivity of any diagnostic tool. Okay, and Leo Lusted in 1971 is the person who introduced the concept of ROC curve analysis in medical decision making to see or to verify what sort of a cutoff or what sort of a diagnostic procedure is quite helpful, and it will help us to detect the sensible cases or to detect the diseased cases in an appropriate manner. So that was the main intention behind implementing this particular technique in medical decision making. And most of the time we will have a question that what does the ROC curve mean to? That and all will be discussed. And around early 2000s or late 2000, there were good textbooks that have come out by a team of researchers. One such textbook is ROC curves for continuous data, where it has given a very comprehensive, I mean, a detailed structure about various methodologies that were developed in ROC in a mathematical and application perspective. That is Krajinowski and Hand in 2009. Similarly, there was another textbook by Obchowski, Zhao, and Dana-McLeish in 2011. So that also gives a very broad spectrum of and nice coverage of the topics that are developed, that got developed over the years focusing on ROC curve analysis. Now, what does it mean? It purely depends upon the a cumulative distribution functions of any baseline distribution. Any baseline distribution may be normal, exponential, variable, depending upon the practical consideration. Depending upon the practical consideration, the baseline distribution can be utilized. So there is a one elementary question that just like that, any distribution can be taken, and then ROC curve model can be generated. Yes, we can do, but the question comes, what is the need of that particular distribution and how it relates to a practical usage for a medical practitioners, so that they can come out with some sort of a decision, they can arrive at a gold standard or an optimal cutoff, which can help them to properly distinguish the patients into a condition and without condition. Here, with condition and without condition stands for a patients with some abnormal conditions is called with condition. Patients with absence of such abnormal conditions is called a normal subjects or a patients. Purely depends upon two intrinsic measures, that is FPR and TPR, that is false positive rate and true positive rate. Here, T stands for the cutoff, possible cutoff. How do we understand this? Let there be n samples, which includes n1 plus n2 of two populations. n1 is the sample of population 1, n2 is the sample of population 2. Then, as n samples are there, every data point in the data set what we have will act as a cutoff. So thereby, at every data point will act as a cutoff. So thereby, what will happen is each data point will act as a T. At every T, we will get a coordinates of false positive rate and true positive rate. Now, a big question has come to the mind of medical practitioners as well as a statistician, that what should be an optimal one? If there are n possible cutoffs, how to determine an optimal cutoff? So there are various methods like maximum vertical distance from the curve, Uden's index, identifying the coordinates where the sum of sensitivity and false positive rate giving rise to a maximum value, the corresponding data point or the cutoff which is acting, data point which is acting as a cutoff will be defined as a optimal cutoff point for possible better classification. Now, what are the basic measures? As I said, ROC curve is generated at every cut point. That every cut point is determined from every data point. So at every cut point, cutoff point, we get a 4 possible states. One is true positive rate, true negative rate, false positive rate, and false negative rate. It finally results to a 2x2 decision matrix that most of, all the statisticians have come across in hypothesis testing framework, where correct decision making and type 1 error rate and type 2 error rate. So this can be related structurally in a structural format to the hypothesis setting for framework, but it has been redefined in a different perspective, that here S is nothing but your data point or a test score that is observed in the that is observed in the data point, and T is the cutoff, and D stands for the diseased population or abnormal population or a population with some disease condition. Now, the probability that a data point gets, if it is satisfying this condition, is classified into diseased population, that is what we call sensitivity. Contradictory of this, that is, even though a cutoff is greater than, if a test score is greater than T and it is observed in healthy population, then that is what we call false positive rate. So ROC curve purely depends upon these two probabilistic measures, that is FPR versus TPR. And the other two possible states that comes is specificity, where the exact classification will happen. And the contradictory, complementary of this is false negative rate. So overall, the ROC curve is nothing but it's a trade-off between the false positive rate on x-axis and true positive rate on y-axis. Now, let us see a typical scenario of a better understanding of the explanation what I gave, that that each data point acts as a possible cutoff. So let us take this one vertical line, which where my cursor is pointed, that this is one possible decision threshold. If I take this data point, if cutoff, then this much overlapping will be observed, where this vertically shaded region, vertically shaded region is what we call truly detected abnormal cases or a truly detected positive cases. And true negative fraction is nothing but truly detected healthy cases or a negative cases. Here negative refers to healthy individuals or a person who doesn't have any abnormal condition. Now coming to the positive means that has some disease abnormality where that we need to take care of. Now the trade-off with this particular threshold, this is what we call false negative fraction. And this is area where we call false positive fraction. So likewise, if I make a shift, instead of this is a possible threshold, if I make this as a possible threshold, automatically the 4 possible states will vary and giving rise to a different true sensitivities, I mean true positivity and true negative probabilities. So for each possible decision threshold, the 4 possible states will have a varying phenomena, and one such profile or one such kind of a combination we need to take, which will have a better sensitivity and reasonably low false positive rate. Okay, that will be explained with a connecting slide, that this is a conventional ROC curve. Okay, and our interest lies in detecting a cut point which is at a central location. Let us take this first dot and second dot, or the boundary region of the ROC curve. Then my interest lies that within this region, I need to identify the optimal cutoff. Why so? Because we know that the trade-off between false positive and true positive, any cutoff point should give us a better detection of abnormal cases rather than classifying them into false positive cases as a healthy population. So always we expect or we need a favorable condition that there should be a minimum percentage of false positive rate and maximum levels of sensitivity. So a cutoff which is claimed to be an optimal one should give us higher detection rate of abnormal condition with the least misclassification rate, misclassification subjects. Okay, so now what is the meaning of this lax, strict and moderate threshold? Lax threshold, now let us try to connect this meaning with the previous statements, sentences that I have explained. Now generally what I said, we need to have a minimum false positive rate. That's fine. But the set of cutoffs till to this point, they have a minimum false positive rate, but at the same time, they have a minimum true detection of abnormal condition. So these cutoff points are not satisfiable for me. Now, let us take the next level of ROC curve. Yes, they are providing me better detection rate because they are matching for 0.8, 0.9 and 1. But at the same time, you see the mirror image of the sensitivity, that is false positive. They generate higher false positive rates. So this is also not fruitful, and this is not considerable in a clinical and practical sense. So we need to have a cutoffs within this boundary region, okay, within this boundary region where it will have a reasonably low false positive rate and high true detection of true positives. Okay, so that is why we say that we should not consider the complete ROC curve. We need to consider a portion of the ROC curve where we get the true information about the sensitivity, false positive rate, and the cutoff point, which talks about the total scenario of the ability of the diagnostic test or a procedure or a particular biomarker. Okay, now in the previous, when we were discussing in the previous slide, we were connecting about the, we were discussing about the maximum vertical distance. What does it mean? That means when you have an lines connecting from the top left corner to the curve like this, the maximum vertical distance will talk about the cutoff point, which has a better accuracy and better detection rate. Okay, fine. Now coming to the statistical distributional framework, initially began in 1975, has derived a statistical framework in defining a parametric shape of the ROC curve. Okay, prior to that, Oglive and Krielman, Dorf and Alf and Krielman have developed a non-parametric approach with a logistic setup. It's a kind of a hybrid version where it was like a step function that has come out. But again, in 1975, assumed that, and it has proven that if the test scores follows normal distribution of healthy and abnormal populations, then the false positive rate is taken into the CDF of, X of t is defined as this given in this equation, phi of mu h minus t by sigma h. From this expression of x of t, we can deduce the quantity of t. We will see the purpose of deducing the expression of t in the next slide. Now, similarly, the true positive rate with the probabilistic definition, we can define that phi of mu d minus t by sigma t. Now, we got the t expression. This is not the optimal cutoff point. This is the cutoff point which is derived at every possible FPR. In other sense, how we can understand this is, if a clinician has a knowledge of false positive rate of a particular diagnostic test or a biomarker, then substituting that with the corresponding mean and standard deviation of the healthy population, then some possible cutoffs can be derived. Okay, some possible cutoffs can be derived. So this kind of a interpretation can be given for this kind of for this expression. Now take this t expression and substitute here. Now we get what? We get phi of mu d minus mu h plus sigma h into, okay, sigma h into phi inverse of xt. Now the ROC form under the binormal setup. Binormal means two populations are there. We are assuming that two populations will follow normal distribution. Hence, we define it as a binormal or a dual normal. Also, we can tell, we can claim. So A is nothing but the difference of mu d minus mu h by sigma d, and B is nothing but sigma h by sigma d. So many researchers have treated this as a linear regression framework with intercept and slope. Okay, if you see this, this is the slope of the curve. It has certain properties also. Okay. Now, ROC function is this, and integrating between 0 to 1. The rationality behind 0 to 1 is says all the measures are derived in a probabilistic framework, and the ROC curve is purely dependent upon the false positive rate and true positive rate, where they lie between 0 to 1. Hence, we need to integrate. We need to integrate the ROC measure. We need to integrate the ROC measure over the 0 to 1, and we get this expression. That is mu d minus mu h by 1 plus sigma h square by sigma d square. Now, next question comes, over the years, only binormal curve exists? No, a lot many exist, lot many models that exist, where based on normal, exponential, gamma, and Lomax, and then different methodologies have been developed by several researchers of this Zweig and Campbell. Very interesting article. It is around 32 pages review article, where they covered different streams, different approaches of defining an ROC curve, defining an optimal cutoff has been thoroughly discussed. Okay. And some more bi-distributional ROC models that has come in again 1975. England gave bi-exponential ROC model. Hussein gave bi-exponential ROC and bi-gamma. myself and my first PhD student, along with Professor M.B. Rao, we have come across with a truncation concept, single truncated binormal ROC curve. Again, several works have been done by me and my first student. Now he is assistant professor in Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh. So now we together, since still we are working on that, many other problems. So Balasamy and Vishnuvardhan, we came out with a hybrid structures. Like as of now, I mean, so far what we have discussed is binormal. Both the populations are normal. Now we have come across the data set in a ICU scoring system where the healthy population was exponential and healthy population was half normal, and diseased dead patients data set was following exponential. So in that case, we brought out some theoretical development there. We given a testing procedure, we gave a likelihood procedures for all such hybrid ROC models. And later, this all comes under the setup of univariate. However, there exists multivariate framework also, where Siu and Liu in 1993 came out with a proportionality with respect to the covariant structures. Yan and Tin continued in deriving AUC at a particular fixed specificity. Again, my second student, who is now a senior biostatistician in Novartis, Samira, and she and myself and my professor K.V. Sharma together worked out with a linear combination of that is pooling of several markers at a time with a minimax approach that was published in Journal of Biopharmaceutical Statistics. And thereafter, we gave some stepwise algorithms, we gave some inferential procedures, we discussed about several estimation procedures of comparing ROC curves. And now, coming to the focus, that with a basic idea of ROC curve, so what are the basic structures that we need to define or to determine the sample size is area under the curve, sensitivity, or specificity. So these are all the basic three terminologies that we need to define an ROC curve. Okay, and it is very important that in any kind of a statistical design, we need to have the framework of or a defining a sample space. What is the advantage? Having adequate sample size is quite important so that we can truly truly expose, get an outcome or execute the information that is meant for comparing a single diagnostic test or comparing two or more diagnostic tests. But at the same time, if we have randomly chosen some samples and conducted a study, what will happen? The measures will be underpowered. They will not provide a precise results. Not only that, they will provide a clinically insignificant results that will lead to a lot of error rate in a practical implementation of such decision making. And it's a pure waste of investigators' time and resources. And above all, the patients who are in the study will be at high risk and discomforts. That is not the true concern, and that is not the way to conduct any statistical study. Hence, we need to determine a sample. There is a need to define an appropriate sample size and what are the mechanisms that we need to incorporate or what are the modalities that we need to follow has to be properly defined. Okay, doing a randomly selected, a roughly selected sample number will also lead to a no potential scientific gain. Okay, now let us take, I will be discussing about three concepts in sample size determination. One is sensitivity. In order to have estimate a proper sensitivity, then determining the sample size with the sensitivity part. Number two, single AUC. Number three is two AUC comparisons and what should be the sample size. So with that, I will be winding up my discussion. So we will take one particular diagnostic procedure, that is what we call single photon emission computed tomography. In short, it is called SPECT. This is used for detecting the thyroid glands lesions that can be observed with a different grading. Okay, and then why this study was conducted is to know the sensibleness of the SPECT, to what extent it can detect the diseased parathyroid glands. Now we have, for this particular thing, we have some theta, which we define as the AUC of the theta, and then with all the corresponding measures like 1 minus beta, that is the power, and then two-sided confidence interval, and desired width of the 1/2 of the classified interval. Substituting all these things, where variance of theta cap is nothing but variance of this particular expression. So this can be defined in different ways. One way to define is with respect, since our study focus is on sensitivity, so the variance of theta expression can be taken as sensitivity into 1 minus sensitivity. Now the same this methodology can be given with support of an illustration. Let us take the 95% confidence interval with alpha equal to 0.5%, and Z alpha and Z beta will be 1.96 and 0.84, and the width of the class interval is 0.05. So what happens here with 80% power and the variance expression? Now if we substitute this, now the question comes that 1.96, 0.84, 0.05 have already been defined as a width and Z beta and Z alpha by 2. Now what happened to this 0.16? 0.16 is the variance of theta cap. So here two broad streams will come. One, if I have a similar study in the literature, available literature, then I will take the sensitivity of that particular diagnostic procedure with respect, and I will use that here. So similarly, there was one study available, okay, in the literature. So there, the sensitivity of the SPECT was reported as 0.8 with a confidence interval of 0.65 and 0.95. Now substituting that 0.8 into 0.2, so we get 0.16, this value whole square, resulting to around 502 samples in total. Now, with the point, again taking 0.65 and 0.95, we can define the range of the sample size, that is interval of the sample size with plus or minus 0.05, then 149 to 714 samples can be taken. So as you have a least sensitivity of a SPECT, you need more samples. Okay. Now, another question to be addressed is that if I don't have any kind of a literature support, where I don't know the sensitivity of any diagnostic procedure, here we have considered SPECT, but at the same time, if you don't have any literature support on a particular diagnostic procedure, then it is suggested you take 50%. That is, the test is equally likely in detecting the true abnormal detection. Okay, so with that we can proceed, but obviously the sample size number will go a little higher. That is obviously, since we don't have a prior knowledge on the particular diagnostic procedure. Now we move on to the sample size estimation for single AUC. Now, as already we denoted the AUC as a theta, and theta naught is 0.5. Okay, an average random classification. We can define two alternatives, one with a one-tailed or two-tailed, and the sample size formula which comes for testing single AUC is with respect to theta naught and theta, where A stands for the theta value which is observed in the study. Okay, and theta naught is your 0.5. So taking again Z alpha by 2 and Z beta is the usual consideration, where variance of A cap is a existing formula that I am taking now. And here A is nothing but your mu D minus mu H by sigma D, or the derived quantity that comes is A is equal to phi inverse of A into 1.414. These are all the constants that are already derived in the, and they are available.
Vishnuvardhan sir.
Madam.
Sorry to disturb you in between, sir, but please try to wind it off.
Done, madam. There are two more slides. That's it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So R is nothing but the ratio of the number of samples of abnormal and normal condition. So taking the statistical inputs, we need around, since the accuracy rate is high, 80%, we need a limited samples, a less number of samples, that is 13 samples in total. I mean 26 samples in total. Similarly, comparing two accuracies, okay, comparing two accuracies to see which diagnostic test is better in detecting the sensitivity, I mean sensibly the abnormal conditions, then we need to follow some procedure. It is known that as minimum difference between two accuracies, that is theta 1 and theta naught, is very small. Definitely we need enormous samples. This is as usual in testing procedure also we get this. So let us denote theta 1 and theta 2 are the accuracies of two diagnostic procedures, namely SPECT and SPECT-CT. And delta 1 is the difference that is observed between theta 1 minus theta 2. That means the above hypothesis can be redefined as theta 1 minus theta 2 is equal to some delta 1, some difference. Now the general formula comes like this. So we need to account, in the previous slide, we have considered only theta, since the variance component is with only theta. Now we are comparing two AUCs to determine the sample size. The sample size turns out to be, this is the variance expressions, and this covariance expression will get nullified if with the unpaired design. That is, if SPECT-CT and SPECT-CT, SPECT and SPECT-CT are independent to each other, the variance of theta 1 cap minus variance of theta 2 will become variance of theta cap 1 plus variance of theta cap 2. So similarly, when we have a statistical inputs, so in total we need 346 samples, okay, and to truly distinguish which diagnostic test is having better detection rate. Now these are all some possible references that I have given, the first few, and these are all the articles on sample set determination. This was the book I was referring. This has a good information about the ROC methodology, not only with respect to sample size, in general methodological development. And thank you for patience listening, and thanks for giving this opportunity to share some of my thoughts to this learned gathering. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for giving your talk in this particular session. As all of us know, sir areas of research interest are biostatistics, classification techniques, regression diagnostics, computational statistics, and thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. See you, Northern.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Let us go to the next session. The next session is chaired by Professor Dr. Hemant Kumar, sir. Let me take the privilege of introducing Dr. Hemant Kumar, sir. Dr. Hemant Kumar, sir, received his MSc degree in 2011 and joined as DST JRF in September 2011 after the completion of MSc. And sir joined his MPhil in 2014, and it has been awarded in 2015. He continued his PhD since 2015 in the area of operational research and obtained his PhD degree in the year May 2019. He worked as academic consultant in the Department of Statistics, SV University, from 2019 to 2021. And presently, sir is working as assistant professor in the Department of Statistics, Hindu College, University of Delhi. Sir has totally 6 publications and organized 4 national and international conferences. And sir also attended around 25 national and international conferences. Thank you, sir, for being with us and accepting our invitation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all. First of all, thanks for the organizers and president of ISPS. And my special thanks to give the opportunity for this session to chair this session. So now we are continue this session. Then when first person, then agriculture disparity at Mr. Surmunda and
Is my slide visible, sir? Hello?
We can only hear your audio, but no, we are unable to see your slide.
slides.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
No.
Okay, now it is visible.
Yes. Now we can see your screen.
Sir, it is visible.
Visible. Now it is visible.
Very good morning, sirs and madam. My name is Surmunda, research scholar of statistics, Gangadhar Mehr University, Sambalpur, Odisha. The caption of my topic is regional agricultural disparity at grassroots levels, a statistical analysis at block level of Sambalpur districts. This is my introduction part on agriculture of Odisha. Agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy that provides employment of approximately 65% of the workforce across the country. In agriculture inequality in the region remains as a major problem in India and Odisha in particular. Indian agriculture has witnessed a major change over the past few decades following the adoption of conservation technology in the late 1960s and well endowed with irrigation. As this technology has great potential for productivity growth, it leads to dramatic agricultural growth in the region where it is adopted, while other regions have a problem with stagnation or poor growth in agricultural production. Due to several economic, agricultural, and social barriers, all regions in Odisha do not share development benefit equally. Though there is a regional variation in agricultural development in the province of Odisha. These are the contribution of some literature reviews of my studies.
Your slide is not changed. Your slide is not changed.
Sir, it is changed. No, sir. Sir, it is visible.
It is visible,
but the slide
but
is not.
first you are not changed. So only first page only.
Please close and reopen. Slide it is wrong. Sir, it is visible.
Sir, it is visible. Just close the PPT and then open it. Sir.
Stop share. Essential. Time to you more.
Yes, sir. It's visible now.
Okay, continue. Now it is visible. Continue. Now it is visible. Continue.
Hello, Suryamanda sir. Hello, Suryamanda sir. Sir, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, please, please.
You can continue. Already it's 10 minutes late.
Hello, Suryamanda sir. Hello. Hemant sir, he is not able to hear us.
I think move to another person, madam. Some
But
problem
we
is.
can't screen share, no, sir. He is sharing.
He's sharing but unmuted in muted in that side.
Yes, sir. But other person can't share, no, sir. Once he goes, then.
Hmm. Once you can ask, madam. Once.
Hello, Suryamanda sir. Hello.
I think call to personal number, madam. Any number, you can contact that person.
Okay, sir, I'll call him one minute. Sir, you call another person. Next, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir, there is technical problem, so I could not show my presentation.
Okay, sir, next presenter you can take, sir. Later he will do the presentation. Hemant, sir.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. You can continue another one. Next person, Deepak yes. Effectual use for statistical analysis for agronomy. Next one, next presenter. Deepak.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to all. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, audible. You go, sir. Audible.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I am Deepak Sonone, currently working as an assistant professor at Vidyaprasthans Kamal Nayan Bajaj Institute of Engineering and Technology, Baramati, Maharashtra. And simultaneously, I am pursuing my PhD at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. So this is my first endeavor, and I hope that you will bear with me. So use of regression analysis for agronomy. So abstract is, I think, yes.
Continue, sir. Continue.
Yes, sir. Data is the sword of the 21st century. Those who wield it well, the samurai. Abstract, data mining, deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence are the ingenious evolving skills of the various statistical techniques turning crucial amid in the 21st century in the vicinity of our life. The necessity is to identify elegant patterns from the available enormous data. Agriculture is a field of concern to all as it relates to approximately 60% of the population. Agriculture is the soul of the economy of any country. So this is such a realm which needs to be tackled graciously. This paper glimpses some statistical techniques useful for agriculture. Using our results, we can find some suitable relationship between the yield and its affecting factors. Here, we use regression analysis and other techniques for obtaining our results. So the necessity is that a predominant contribution has been by the agriculture sector toward the economy of any country. Agricultural production is sensitive towards several factors like temperature, rainfall, sown area, past production record, along with other soil and climate related issues. Proper analysis of previous data will turn helpful to the farmers toward management with minimum loss and to the government for planning better policies for supply chain operation towards escalating the production capabilities in comparison with the farmers' experience and the guesses. So about the literature, Aditya Shastri et al. Has applied different regression techniques such as quadratic, pure quadratic interactions and polynomials for predicting the yields of wheat, maize and cotton crops. Later, the regression models based on root mean squared error are accepted. Then B.K. Patil et al. Proposed the methods of clustering and classification for the districts in Maharashtra, taking inputs as maximum temperature, minimum temperature, rainfall, humidity, and average sunshine as the climatic variables. So here, this is the orthodox theory, multiple linear regression. Y is the dependent variable. Our response yi is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1i plus beta 2 x2i and so on, beta k xki plus epsilon I from 1 to n, where beta naught is the y-intercept and beta i's are the partial regression coefficients. And the relationship can be represented in the form of matrix equation as y is equal to x beta plus e. E is the error component present. Now the assumptions are the independent variables are non-random or fixed. At each combination of the fixed values of the independent variable x, the corresponding values of the dependent variable y has a normal distribution about some theoretical mean. The y's are completely independent and homoscedastic. The independent variables x are independent from each other and their effects are also additive. Now steps. Compute the mean and sum of square values of the variables. Also compute the intercorrelations. Write the correlation coefficient matrix without involving x and obtain the inverse. Let it be Cij. Compute standardized partial regression coefficients using relation as follows. So this is the beta is equal to the C matrix multiplied with the partial regression coefficient vector. And the partial regression coefficients can be obtained by this formula, bi equal to beta I times square root of ssy upon ssxi. Thus, we can compute the intercept as a equal to y bar minus b1 x1 bar minus b2 x2 bar and so on minus bk xk bar. And the regression equation can be written as this is the estimated regression equation y equal to a plus b1 x1 plus b2 x2 and so on bk xk. We can compute r square, the multiple regression coefficients where beta 1 ry1 plus beta 2 ry2 and so on beta k ryk, and this is the analysis of variance table. Source regression with degrees of freedom k, sum of square r square mss sr square, and along with error with degrees of freedom n minus k minus 1 ss1 minus r square ac square, and the f ratio is sr square upon sr square. If r square is significant, it may be concluded that the fitted model is adequate and we can go with that. Now the attributes here taken are wheat yield in kilogram per hectare, amount of rainfall in millimeters, average relative humidity in percentage, minimum temperature degrees Celsius, similarly maximum temperature degrees Celsius. Data, there are actually 36 districts all over Maharashtra, but some of the data was not available. So I could have the complete data for only 16 districts, and after applying SPSS, statistical package for social services. So this is the correlation matrix, and we are directly getting the results here. So this is the ANOVA table. We can see regression, residual, total, and dependent variable being wheat production, and as such it is significant. And finally, we upset that we can go with the multiple linear regression equation as wheat productivity is equal to some constant plus another constant into rainfall plus another constant into average humidity plus another constant into minimum temperature minus some another constant into maximum temperature. So the conclusion is that crop yield prediction is vital as it assists in identifying the relevance of the responsive attributes. An endeavor is made to obtain a mathematical relationship between the yield and the response variables with the help of multiple linear regression model on wheat only. So the same can be applied for another crops also. The analysis is done with the help of SPSS, and to conclude, the attribute rainfall is significantly related with the yield. So in future, we are trying to have use data, and also I am going to add some many explanatory variables such as pH level, nitrogen level, and so many, and using our latest softwares we can do. Just the necessities, we should get some concrete data. So along with temperature, rainfall, average, relativity, additional independent variables, yes. So this is what I was talking about: pH, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium levels. If we are able to get region-wise data of this in a better way, then definitely in future there is a plan to collect such data region-wise, even district-wise, and perform analysis for various crops, maybe millet, sorghum, maize, and some pulses also. Using orthodox methods and along with that the latest techniques of machine learning. So it is high time now, it is necessity of ours that we should be get acquainted with the latest as a deep learning, machine learning techniques also. The agenda is to work on the principal crops grown in the states such as rice, jowar, bajra, wheat, and other pulses, with intention of coming to fruitful interpretation. So these are the references.
Any questions from audience side? Any questions? Okay, sir. Thanks for your presentation. So you can stop your presenting right now.
Oh, thanks a lot, sir. I really want to thank the entire organizing team as well as Dr. Hemant Kumar, sir, for his kind attitude toward the session. So this is just a beginning, sir. I know that I want to do so many things in the coming days, and still after one session, I would like to know some expert comment from your side. Thanks a lot, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then go for next one. A statistical analysis of case farmers suicide in Maharashtra and applications of scan statistics. Anjali,
yes, sir.
You can start now your presentation.
Sir, is this visible?
Visible.
Okay, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Audible.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anjali, a research scholar of Vellore Institute of Technology, and today I'm going to present my work on the topic a statistical analysis of cases of farmer suicide in Maharashtra and application of scan statistics. These are the basic outlines for my paper, which I'm going to discuss today. And this is like introduction, research problem, data design and methodology, result and discussion part, conclusive remark, and in the last references. So as we all know, agriculture is one of the largest and most significant industry in the world. And it is the key of economic health of a country. Despite the popular image of farming as a peaceful and healthy way of life, agriculture has the highest rate of mortality comparative to any other industry. Now, moving on to the official statistics of farmer suicide in India. So according to the latest report released by the National Crime Record Bureau, that is NCRB, that says that a total of 10,677 persons involved in farming sector have committed suicide during 2020. And that accounting for 7% of total suicide victims in the country. And as we all aware of this fact that no section of the people take risk, the kind of risk our farmer take every time. So by our government of India, a scheme, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, that is PMFBY, was launched in 2016 with aim to support production in agriculture by providing an affordable crop insurance product to ensure comprehensive risk cover for crops of farmers against all non-preventable natural risk from pre-sowing to post-harvest stage. And now, so Maharashtra, as we know, one of the most industrialized state in our country, still agriculture and allied activities sector is predominant in many regions of the state. And according to the NCRB report 2020, Maharashtra reported the highest number of suicide across the country. So to address the issue of farmer suicide in Maharashtra, in order to find appropriate feasible solution, we have set the following objectives. objectives. First, to describe and characterize the data set for the time frame 2018 to 2019. And secondly, variable and model selection based on the statistical technique and tools. And thirdly, to develop, fit and validate the model using regression modeling. And lastly, to identify and determine the hotspot of farmer suicide and visualization through maps for the time frame 2017 to 2019. And for the data collection, our main source is NCRP report titled as Crime in Maharashtra and Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana for the time frame 2017 to 2019. And overall, we have acquired the data from National Crime Record Bureau, State Crime Record Bureau, District Crime Record Bureau, and other government agencies. For the data design and methodology, in our study, I have used the 4 major factors based on the logical relationship to the farmer suicide from Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. And for the the suicide cases, I have used the data from the Crime in Maharashtra, that is a SCRB report. And these are the methodologies which I have opted in my paper. So for the analysis level 1, that is regression analysis, and to improve that model, I have applied the power series transformation to the model, and that gives this model, that is log y is equals to beta naught plus beta 1 log x1, where x1, x2, x3 and x4 I have discussed in the previous slides, that is insurance unit, non-loany farmers, area insured, and rainfall. And this is the analysis part for the second, that is hotspot analysis. So in this study, we have employed the discrete Poisson model to analyze and obtain the suicide cluster. And this is the mathematical formulation which we are going to use for the hotspot analysis. And moving on to the result and discussion part. First, I have performed the regression analysis, and from the result obtained, we can say that this is a very significant model which we have used in our study. Like if we going through the R-square value, that is 0.976, and the adjusted R-square is 0.9351, and the standard error value is very small, that is 0.68. So similarly, the regression analysis summary for the 2019, we got the very significant result for our model for the both year 2017 and 18. And further, to validate the model, we have examined the assumption of linearity, normality, autocorrelation, homoscedasticity, and multicollinearity. So by visualizing the normal probability plot, we can assert that there is no violation of normality in our model. And similarly, by visualizing the error analysis plots, there is no specific pattern observed in the residual plot. That means randomness is being preserved. And these are the results for the other measures. So for autocorrelation, we have used the Durbin Watson test, and for that we have got the value of d is equals to 1.5 for 2018, and for 2019 this is d is equals to 2.19. So the all value lies between the range value lies between the range 1.5 to 2.5. So we can say that the autocorrelation do not affect adversely our model. And similarly, for multicollinearity, we have computed VIF, that is variance inflation factor, and for all regression, and found that the value of average VIF is 3.0311 for 2018, and for 2019 it is 5.8549. That is that do not exceed the value 10. That indicates that the effect of multicollinearity is not serious in our model. And lastly, to check the assumption of homoscedasticity, that is constant variance, we have performed the J-Rogers test and found that the following Q value, that is which is all negative, and that preserve the assumption of homoscedasticity for our model. And next, moving on to the major part of our study, that is the hotspot analysis. And this is the table which I have got from the software SetScan. We have obtained the hotspot in 2 approaches, like first for land holding status, that is irrigated case, and second one is land holding status, that is unirrigated case. For both the approaches, for
last 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. And we have calculated for 3 years, like 2017 to 2019, on the basis of types of farmer. And to summarize these 2 tables, I have formulated 2 new tables for like for marginal farmers throughout the time period, we can say that the Pune is the consistent hotspot. And similarly for small farmers, Nagpur is the consistent hotspot. And similarly, I have computed these two tables. And this is the visualization of these two tables for irrigated and unirrigated cases. And my conclusive remark is that the government has launched various schemes for the benefits of farmers and to improve their socially, economically, and financially. But I want to highlight the major problem among farmers, that is suicidal tendency. So that can be because of various factors, and in different region, factor varies according to their demographic and geographical pattern that needs special focus and attention. So to implement all possible schemes, planning, monitoring, and controlling, curbing through surveillance and other regulatory measures, for example, financial and economic, to moral support by the government side. And okay, thank you.
Any questions from audience?
Yes, yes. So, Miss Anjali, it was a very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Many congratulations for that. But I did at the beginning you proposed another model. So why did you take logarithm? Isn't the original model is going to work effectively?
Sir, we were first we try with the original data, like forming that model, regression model, but that was not like the proper results were not there. It was so to make it better, to improve the model, we have used the logarithm, sir.
So you, I think you are getting better results now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In respect of adjusted R square.
Yes, sir.
So it was really nice to know. So this is another perspective to look up. Nice, nice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions? Others? Okay, thanks for your presentation. Madam, first person, again you can call or stop that.
Can I stop sharing, sir?
Stop your sharing.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much for sharing the session.
as has been the custom of Indian Society of Probability and Statistics for many years. So without further delay, let's start the ceremony. Now it's given me immense pleasure to announce the name of Professor C.R. Rao Lifetime Achievement Award, which goes to Professor V.L.S. Prakash Rao, INSA Senior Scientist, C.R. Rao, Advanced Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Computer Science, Hyderabad. Many congratulations to you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Sarda Bhatt from the Department of Statistics, Karnataka University, to share some of the Professor Prakash Rao's achievement from his long list of credentials. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to read the citation of Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao. Thank you, Neha. I am very happy to read the citation of Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, recipient of Professor C.R. Rao Life Achievement Award. Bhagavatula Lakshmi Surya Prakash Rao, aka B.L.S. Prakash Rao, is an Indian statistician. He was born on October 6, 1942 in Porumamila, Kadapa district, Andhra Pradesh. He completed his BA honors degree equivalent to MA in mathematics from Andhra University in 1960 with a record-breaking performance and moved to the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, where he completed his MStat degree in statistics in 1962. He graduated with a PhD in statistics from the Michigan State University, USA in 1966 under the supervision of Professor Herman Rubin. Hope I am clear. Professor Prakash Rao's major research interests are in the areas of stochastic processes, stochastic inequalities, characterizations of distributions and limit theorems in probability, and in the areas of parametric and non-parametric inference and inference for stochastic processes in statistics. Professor Prakash Rao has published more than 300 articles in national and international journals and had authored and edited 18 books in the areas of statistics and probability. He has reviewed more than 70 books and delivered more than 100 invited lectures in national and international conferences. He has visited several universities all over the world during more than 30 academic visits abroad. His works were cited in more than 25 books, and he had more than 5,000 citations of his articles till now. Professor Prakash Rao was the editor-in-chief of Sankhya Series A and Sankhya Series B during the years 2012 to 2015 and was a member of the editorial boards of several national and international journals over the years. Professor Prakash Rao worked at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, during 1968 to 76 and later moved to Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi. He was a professor and later distinguished scientist at the Indian Statistical Institute during the period 1976 to 2004 and was the director of Indian Statistical Institute during 1992 to 95. He has also held visiting professorships at the University of California, Berkeley, University of Illinois, University of Wisconsin, Purdue University, University of California, Davis, and University of Iowa in USA. He was Jawaharlal Nehru Chair Professor during 2006 to 8 and Dr. Homi Bhabha Chair Professor 2008 to 12 at the University of Hyderabad and Ramanujan Chair Professor during 2012 to 2017 at the C.R. Rao Advanced Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Computer Science, Hyderabad. He is presently an emeritus professor of the Indian Statistical Institute and an INSA senior scientist at C.R. Rao Advanced Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Computer Science, Hyderabad. Professor Prakash Rao received the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in Mathematical Sciences in 1982 from the Government of India, Outstanding Alumni Award from the Michigan State University in 1996, and the National Award for Outstanding and Meritorious Work in Statistics in the memory of P.V. Sukhatme in 2008 from the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India. Professor Prakash Ram was selected for the Distinguished Service Award by the Mathematical Association of India in 1999 and was awarded Lifetime Achievement Award by the Indian Association for Reliability and Statistics in 2015. He is an elected member of the International Statistical Institute 1982, an elected fellow of the Institute of Mathematical Statistics, USA 1983, Indian National Science Academy 1984, Indian Academy of Sciences 1992, National Academy of Sciences 1992, and the Andhra Pradesh Academy of Sciences 2012. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Professor C.R. Rao Life Achievement Award to Dr. B.L.S. Prakash Rao as a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, ISPS, jointly organized by Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India on Sunday, the 13th March 2022. Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, ISPS, 13th March 2020.
Thank you so much, madam, for taking time to read the citation. Now I request sir to bless us with few words of encouragement. Now I request to Professor Prakash Ram sir to share his thought with us.
So I would like to thank at the outset Professor N. Balakrishna, President of ISPS, Professor Rajsekhar Reddy Garu, Honorary President of ISPS, Professor Malligas, and Professor Srinivas Rao, and other members of the Executive Committee, Professor Jay of Osmania University, and all the colleagues for honoring me with this Lifetime Achievement Award. I really appreciate this award that's going to be presented. And as in a few minutes, I can only tell you that I started my statistics journey at the Andhra University in 1957-60 when I was a student of mathematics honors, and statistics was just one subject. Then later on, I moved to ISI and I learned more directly from Professor C.R. Rao. I was a student in the first batch of MStat degree, and later on, he was my guru most of the time. But I went abroad to do PhD under Professor Herman Rubin, and then I returned again. I spent some time at IIT Kanpur and then went to ISI Delhi when Professor Rao moved to ISI Delhi, and he has been my inspiration for the last several years. In fact, even today, I'm editing a special issue in honor of him for Journal of Quantitative Economics, which will be released sometime at his 102nd birthday. So C.R. Rao has been my advisor throughout, and it's a great honor to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award in honor of him from the ISPS. And I appreciate with all the greetings and help and ideas from all the colleagues for me to achieve and to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your commitment reflects the endless hours you have spent in achieving the target. Many congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No one will disagree with the fact that excellence is a result of sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and vision to see obstacles as opportunities. So coming up next is a fellow of ISPS. This year, ISPS is announcing 4 fellows of ISPS. It is privileged to honor and confer the Fellow of ISPS Award to Professor Arup Bose from the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Sir, many congratulations. Now I request Professor Kiruthika from the Department of Statistics, Pondicherry University, to take over the screen and recite the citation for the sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Arup Bose is a professor at the Indian Statistical Institute since 1995. He has been holding a J.C. Bose National Fellowship since 2009. He is an elected fellow of the Institute of Mathematical Statistics, USA, Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, Indian Academy of Sciences, and National Academy of Sciences. He is also a winner of the Prashanta Chandra Mahalobis Medal, INCA, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Mathematical Sciences, the National Award in Statistics, and the Young Researcher Award of IISA USA. His current primary research interests are in the large dimensional random matrices, free probability, and high dimensional statistics. His earlier research areas include principal agent theory, resampling, non-parametric asymptotics, U statistics, estimates, second order properties of sequential point and interval estimates, and statistical estimation in nonlinear parametric diffusion processes. With more than 65 research collaborators, he has published over 150 articles in leading journals of statistics, probability, and economics and econometrics. He has authored 5 books: Random Matrices and Non-Commutative Probability, Patterned Random Matrices, Large Covariance and Autocovariances Matrices with Monica Bhattacharjee, and Random Circulant Matrices with Kaushik Saha, and U Statistics, Estimates, and Resampling with Sigandu Chatterjee. He has been on the editorial board of several journals and is currently an editor-in-chief of Random Matrix Theory and Applications. He has served on the editorial board of Sankhya during 1993 and 2007, the last 6 years of these as an editor. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Fellow of ISPS Award to Dr. Arup Bose, a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, jointly organized by the Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, on Sunday, the 13th March, 2022. Very congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, madam, for reading the citation. Now I would like to invite Professor Arup Bose for his inspiring words.
Thank you very much for this honor, and it's a really great honor. And I thank especially Professor Balakrishna, who approached me saying that I might receive this honor. And it's any honor is always an encouragement to do better. So I'll strive harder to work with my colleagues and with my students and serve the cause of probability and statistics. I also want to recall that because Professor Prakash Ram is here, and he has been a great supporter of me. For example, when he was the director of the institute, that is when I got on the editorial board of Sankhya. My PhD thesis, the first 2 papers were directly extension of his work in diffusion processes. So I remember that very fondly. And people like him are always supportive of juniors like me. So with those words, thank you very much for this great honor, and I'll strive to be worthy of it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Your dedication is really inspiring. The higher the sense of accomplishment when you eventually achieve something, the harder you work for it. Our next fellow of ISPS is Professor K. Srinivasa Rao, Principal, Andhra University College of Science and Technology, Visakhapatnam. Many congratulations to you, sir. May I now request Professor Ranjita Pandey, Department of Statistics, University of Delhi, to read the citation for sir.
Thank you, Neha. Citation for Professor K. Srinivasa Rao, sir, Fellow of ISPS. His passion towards statistics and data sciences is unmatchable. Professor Rao has joined Andhra University as assistant professor in the year 1985, and he was elevated as senior professor. He has 37 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultancy. With strong foundations in mathematics and statistics, he has pioneered several new concepts such as independent communication, network models with dynamic bandwidth allocation, new symmetric distribution, family of bimodal distributions, generalized Laplace distribution, generalized logistic distribution, further generalization of generalized Gaussian distribution, merged distributions and their applications in image segmentation, face recognition systems, skin color segmentation, economic production quantity models with random production, hybrid communication network models with optimal scheduling, optimal control charts with random in-control times, manpower planning, models with heterogeneous bulk recruitment, heterogeneous queuing models. Professor Rao got Distinguished Statistician Award from ISPS in the year 2016. He is a fellow of AP Academy of Sciences, conferred in 2010, fellow of ORSI in 2016. Dr. Rao has guided 55 students for PhD degrees. He has published 237 research papers in various international and national journals of high repute. He has successfully completed 13 research grants funded by Government of Andhra Pradesh UGC, DST, Ministry of Family Welfare. He has conducted more than 28 international conferences, seminars, workshops, training programs. He has delivered 159 endowment, keynote, plenary invited lectures in various conferences and seminars. He has published 3 patents in image segmentation, skin color identification. He has served as lead consultant for TCS Bengaluru, Satyam Engineering Services Hyderabad, ADB Solutions Hyderabad, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited Hyderabad, Aurobindo Pharma Hyderabad, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Hyderabad, Sagar Cements Hyderabad, Vishakhapatnam Port Trust Vishakhapatnam, and Lucas TVS Chennai and several other corporates. Professor Rao was elected President of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics during the years 2019 and 2020. He was elected Vice President of Operation Research Society of India during the periods 2011-12 and again in 2014-16. He was elected Chief Editor of JISPS during the period 2010 to 2018 and Associate Editor for OpSearch during 2014 to 2018. He also served as Vice President Operations of JBS, an MNC company during 2004-06, while on loan from Andhra University. He has written a book on model-based color image segmentation. Dr. Rao served at Andhra University in various capacities as head of the Department of Statistics for 3 times, Chairman, Board of Studies in the Statistics, ISO Coordinator, and Management Representative during the period 2006 to 8. He is Coordinator of UGC, Dean R&D, Chairman, NAP Steering Committee, and Chairman, Faculty of Sciences, Andhra University, Convener, APRCET for the years 2018 and 19. Presently, Dr. Rao is serving as Member Secretary, APSET during 2015 and Principal, Andhra University College of Science and Technology, Vishakhapatnam since 2020. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer Fellow of ISPS Award to Dr. K. Srinivasa Rao a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, ISPS, jointly organized by Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, on Sunday, the 13th March 2022. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, madam, for reading the citation. May I now request Professor K. Srinivasa Rao to oblige us with few words of encouragement. Sir, please unmute yourself.
At the onset, I thank the President of ISPS, Professor Balakrishna, and the Honorary President, Professor Rajshekhar Reddy, and Secretary S.E. Malik, and all other executive members and other members of ISPS, and also the organizing committee members of this conference, Jayashree and her team, for confirming this honor. I feel it is a privilege for me to accept this honor, and it made me to take the responsibility of further strengthening my skills in research and consultancy. And I thank all my students, particularly for who have encouraged me to take the research works, and all my teachers, especially in this endeavor. And I thank all the people who are responsible to confer this to me. My association with ISPS is from 1984. When I was a scholar, I attended the first of my conference in Kerala University of that in 1984. Thereafter, I have been associated with ISPS in several portions. Now I feel this is an honor conferred to me for the works that I have done in the works of statistics as well as propagating the statistics. I thank everyone for the given opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you, sir, for your motivating and thought-provoking words. The cornerstone for one's achievement is hard work, dreams, and determination. Our next fellow of ISPS award is Professor David D. Hanagal, Honorary Professor, the Symbiosis Statistical Institute, Pune. Many congratulations to you, sir. Allow me to request Professor G. Jayashree from the Department of Statistics, Osmania University, Hyderabad, to introduce Professor Hanagal.
It's a privilege for me to read the citation of Professor David Hanagal. Dr. David Hanagal is Honorary Professor at the Symbiosis Statistical Institute, Symbiosis International University, Pune, India. He is a retired professor and head at the Department of Statistics, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, India. An elected fellow of the Royal Statistical Society, UK. He has authored 5 books, 6 book chapters, and published over 135 research publications in leading journals. He guided 9 PhD students and 1 MPhil student in different areas of statistics, namely reliability, survival analysis, frailty models, repair and replacement models, software reliability, and quality loss index. He has delivered more than 100 invited talks in many national and international platforms of repute worldwide. He also has worked as a visiting professor at several universities in the USA, Germany, and Mexico, and delivered a number of talks at conferences around the globe. He is working as editor-in-chief, associate editor, and editorial board member of several reputed national and international journals. He is chairperson, subject expert, and advisory committee member in several UGC committees. He is a National Assessment and Accreditation Council assessor from UGC. Sir is also a subject expert in Board of Studies committees of several universities. Sir is a governing council member, executive council member, and life member of several statistical societies, organizations, and associations, and was also past vice president of ISPS during 2017 to 2018. His research interests include statistical inference, selection problems, reliability, survival analysis, frailty models, Bayesian inference, stress strength models, Monte Carlo methods, MCMC algorithms, bootstrapping, censoring schemes, distribution theory, multivariate models, characterizations, repair and replacement models, software reliability, quality loss index, and non-parametric inference. With over 35 years of research experience and over 40 years of teaching experience, he is an expert on writing programs using SAS, R, MATLAB, Minitab, SPSS, and SPLUS statistical packages. He was born on 16th April 1957 at Gadag, in Karnataka state, and was educated in Gadag, Dharwad, and Pune. After completing his MSc from Karnataka University, Dharwad, in 1980, he joined Bharatiya Vidyapith Pune and later Savitri Bhai Pune University, Pune in 1988. The PhD degree was awarded to him in 1992 from Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University, under the guidance of Professor B. Kale. Sir, he worked in several positions at Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University, and retired in 2017. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Fellow of ISPS Award to Dr. David D. Hanagal, sir, a renowned scientist, an aspiring and an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st annual convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, jointly organized by Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Usmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, on Sunday, the 13th March, 2022. Congratulations, sir, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam, for citing the achievement of Professor Hanagal. Now I would like to request sir for sharing few words.
Good afternoon to all of you. I thank ISPS, especially the Honorary President, Professor Rajshekar Reddy, President of ISPS, N. Balakrishna, Secretary, Professor S.C. Malik, and other committee members, EC members, organizing committee of the ISPS from Usmania University, and those who are involved in the conference for honoring me with a fellow of ISPS. I have been associated with ISPS for a long time, maybe more than 30 years. ISPS has grown a lot and became one of the productive statistic organization in India. First time I attended the ISPS conference in 1991, held in Kusat, Cochin. That time there were a lot of participants from Pune. Myself, Balakrishna was there, the present president, R.P. Suresh, Professor Kunte, Mohan Kale, and several other research students were there. And Professor Kunte was leading us all the time during the conference. And that was a very good occasion during that time. That time, I think Professor B.R. Bhatt was the president of ISPS. Then he moved to Botswana. Then Professor B.K. Kalai became president, and so on. I am attending the ISPS since 1991, and ISPS committee is such as I worked in the ISPS as a committee member, as a vice president, EC member, and convener of AR Kamath Award Committee, and so on. I thank all the persons involved in cooperating all these activities during my time when I was working out in these committees. I have been associated with ISPS very long time and also ready to serve ISPS in future also. I once again thank ISPS for honoring me with this fellow of ISPS. Thank you once again. Thank you to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure your experience will help us stay motivated. Many congratulations, sir. The harder you work for something, the greater you feel when you finally achieve it. With deep admiration, I announce the name of Professor K.K. Josh, Honorary Director, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, who is receiving the Fellow of ISPS Award. Many congratulations, sir. Now I request Dr. Upal Shah, the Department of Statistics, the MS University of Baroda, to read the citation for sir.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. I'm thankful to the ISPS body for giving me this opportunity. It's really a matter of great pleasure and honor for me to read the citation for Dr. K.K. Josh, sir. Dr. K.K. Josh Kanichukattu, born on 3rd July 1957 at Ilanji, a small rural agrarian village in Ernakulam district, Kerala, had his studies at Ilanji, Kuravilangad, Palai, and Trivandrum in Kerala, India. His parents were Kurakutti and Annamma, small-scale farmers. He passed MSc Statistics from University of Kerala in 1980 with University first rank and joined St. Thomas College, Palai as a lecturer in statistics in December 1980. He was awarded PhD in statistics by the University of Kerala under the guidance of eminent professor Dr. R.N. Pillai in 1995. He became associate professor and head of the Department of Statistics at St. Thomas College, Palai in June 1997. He was instrumental in starting MSc Biostatistics under UGC Innovative Program in 2005. He was appointed as principal on 21st April 2009 and retired from regular services on 31st March 2014. After retirement, he served as professor and head of the Department of Statistics at the Central University of Rajasthan during 2014-15. He was awarded KSCSTE Emeritus Fellowship during 2015-2018. He was honorary president of Kerala Statistical Institute, Tiruvananthapuram during 2015-18 and served as honorary director of the Department of Biostatistics at St. Thomas College, Palai during 2018-20. He was appointed as an honorary director of the School of Mathematics and Statistics and School of Data Analytics at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam in June 2020. Dr. Josh is an eminent academician who had rendered more than 40 years of meritorious service as a reputed principal, professor, and head of the department, teacher, researcher, and organizer. Dr. Josh has successfully guided 25 research scholars in their PhD work and published more than 150 research papers in reputed national and international journals. He has authored 5 research-level books and successfully completed 6 research projects sponsored by UGC, DST, MOSPI, etc. He had been organizing secretary of international and national conferences and workshops in connection with the annual conferences of ISPS, SSCA, and SSFA, etc., held at Palai. He had been invited speaker, resource person for more than 150 national, international conferences, seminars, workshops, etc. He had visited various countries. Just a second. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. He has visited various countries as invited speaker in international conferences. He was recipient of World Bank Travel Fund on ISI in 2011 and 2012. He had wide exposure in statistics and biostatistics fields. Dr. Jose served as the General Secretary and President of Kerala Statistical Association during 1994 to 2000 and 2000 to 2006 respectively, and organized over 200 quiz programs and regional seminars for popularizing statistics in Kerala. He was chairman of PG Boards of Studies of MSc Statistics, Biostatistics, and Actuarial Sciences at NG University, Kottayam during 2006 to 2012. He was member chairman of examination boards of MSc, MPhil, PhD of various universities in South India. He was editor of Stars International Journal, executive editor of Journal of Kerala Statistical Association, and reviewer of many international journals. He was joint secretary of ISPS for 2 terms and hosted 24th annual conference of ISPS at Palai in 2004 and was executive council member of SSCA and ISPS many times. Dr. Jose is an elected member of the International Statistical Institute, Netherlands, and a fellow of Royal Statistical Society, UK. He's a member of various professional societies like IMS, ISPIS, Informs, ISBA, ISMS, Bernoulli Society, ISPS, KSA, and the list is long. He has won the SB Award for Best College Teacher in Kerala in the year 2007. AIACHE Award 2008 for Most Innovative Teacher, and Professor P.V. Sukhatme Award for ISMS in 2012 for his significant contributions in teaching, research, and development in statistics and biostatistics. Many of his students are in IAS, ISS, etc. Ms. Lishamal Tommy, research scholar under his guidance, won Jen Timbergen Award of International Statistical Institute in 2007. He won the Sam Higginbotham Award of AIACHE for the Best College Principal in India during 2012-13. He was selected as Best Principal under MG University, Kottayam in 2010-11 and 2013-14. He was awarded FSMS Fellowship by the Indian Society for Medical Statistics in 2021 in recognition of his contributions to theory and applications of statistics in the biostatistical field. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Fellow of ISPS Award to Dr. K.K. Jose, a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, jointly organized by Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, on Sunday, the 13th March 2022. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Neha.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam, for citing the achievements of Professor K.K. Josh. Now I request sir for sharing few inspiring words, sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, esteemed President of Indian Society for Poverty and Statistics, Professor N. Balakrishna, respected Chairperson of the program and Honorable President of ISPS, Professor Rajesh, General Secretary, Professor S.C. Malik, all members of the Executive Committee, then the organizers of the host of the 41st ISPS conference of the Osmania University, Professor Jayasri, and all faculty members, all senior professors, colleagues, and my dear friends of Statistical Fraternity of India. I am extremely grateful to ISPS and its executive committee for presenting this award of ISPS fellowship to me. I humbly accept this prestigious award as a mark of recognition of my humble contributions to the field of statistics and related areas. My association with ISPS started from 1990 onwards, while I was a research scholar at the University of Kerala under my professor R.N. Pilli, who was treasurer of ISPS at that time. And I participated in the first ISPS conference in Pusat in 1991, then Pune and various other parts, centers in India. I have attended more than 20 annual conferences of ISPS. And I was very fortunate to host the 24th annual conference of ISPS at St. Thomas College, Ballet, maybe the first time for my college. And I was also a member of the executive committee of ISPS and the the joint secretary of ISPS for 2 terms. And it was I remember with gratitude my professors, Professor R.N. Pillai, Professor K. Ramashna, who instilled my interest in statistics and to pursue research and teaching in statistics. I pay my tributes to the great founders of Indian Society for Poverty and Statistics. And I have benefited a lot by attending the annual conferences and interacting with the great statisticians like Professor C.R. Rao and many others during ISPS conferences. Now the world has realized the power of data, and we are living in a data-driven world. All decisions are data-driven, and it has led to the development of new disciplines like data science and data analytics. So statisticians are in demand all over the world. It should be considered as a threat to statistics. The statistics community has to become equipped to meet the challenges of big data, along with theory and applications. Statistical computing and data review are important in the present day situation. We have to change ourselves with advanced using software like R, Python, etc. So with these words, I accept this award and thank all of you. So may I wish you all a glorious future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivational remark. Many congratulations to you again. An award is a powerful mode to endorse the feeling of pride, a sense of accomplishment, and even joy. Now, let me take the pride to announce the ISPS Distinguished Statistician Award for the year 2021, which goes to Professor S.C. Malik, Department of Statistics, MD University, Rohtak. Many congratulations to you, sir. Allow me to invite Dr. D. Lalita Devi from the Department of Applied Statistics, Kasturba Gandhi Degree and PG College for Women, Telangana, to take over the screen and read the citation of the position holder.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. It's my privilege to present the citation of Professor S.A. Malik, a distinguished statistician at this wonderful event of 41st Annual Convention of ISPS Conference. Dr. S.A. Malik is presently working as Professor, Department of Statistics, MD University, Rohtak, Haryana. His field of research specializations are reliability theory, sampling, and applied statistics. He has teaching interests in the field of real analysis, measure theory, optimization techniques, complex analysis, probability theory, statistical methods, reliability theory, and stochastic processes. He has published 3 books in the field of real and complex analysis, and 205 research papers are to his credit. He has supervised 45 PhD and 30 MPhil students in the subject of statistics. Dr. Malik has been invited by various academic institutions to deliver talks and to present research papers at conferences, seminars, symposium, workshops held in India and abroad, including USA, UK, Portugal, Singapore, Germany, Hong Kong, France, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Austria, Italy, Japan, Switzerland, and Nepal. He is a reviewer of various journals, specifically for all journals in the areas of reliability, operations research, and statistics. Professor Malik has been a life member of various academic and professional bodies. Sir is the founder president of Indian Association for Reliability and Statistics, IARS, and also chief editor of the UGC listed journal IJSRE, being published by IARS. He has worked 3 times as elected member of section of mathematical sciences of ISCA. He has been associated with several universities in India as an outside expert in board of studies and at the court and academic council. He has also organized various academic activities in the form of workshops, seminars, and conferences of national and international level. Sir has been appointed by the UGC as a member of advisory committee for SAP. He has completed successfully a UGC MRP on reliability modeling of computer systems. Recently, the Department of Science and Technology, DSC, has awarded the prestigious project matrices to Dr. Malik for a period of 3 years. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Distinguished Statistician Award to Dr. S.C. Malik, a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, jointly organized by the Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, on Sunday, the 13th March 2022. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Neha ma'am, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam, for reading the citation. Now, I would like to request Professor S.C. Malik to share a few words with us.
Yes, a very good afternoon, all of you. First, I would like to thank the entire ISPS community to give me a chance to achieve this award. Really, I'm very thankful to the President, Professor Balakrishna, the Honorary President, Professor Rajshekar Reddy, and the members of jury who took decision to honor me, to recognize my contribution. I salute the entire ISPS community first. Then I dedicate this award to my research scholars who made me to achieve this award. Without the contribution of my research scholar, I was not in a position to get this award. Really, I'm grateful to all my research scholars. I'm also thankful to my university who provided me a platform to carry out the research activities, to do something in teaching in the subject of statistics. When I joined MD University Rohtak, Haryana, it was very poor condition of the subject statistics. No student was ready to opt this subject, statistics. They always offered mathematics at their priority. But now I'm happy to share with you that we are now in a position in Haryana, MD University Rohtak, that we have more than 50 students intake in our department. So all because of the efforts of my research scholars, my teachers, my university, and I tried my best to get this situation at the national and international level. Really, I'm very grateful to the entire statistical community and really a very enjoyable moment for me. I accept this award, and for this, I am also thankful to the organizers of this conference for providing this platform to the ISPS to honor one or more persons in order to recognize their contribution. So thanks all of you for giving me this chance. Thank you all of you. Salute to all you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir, and many congratulations once again. Nothing can beat the feeling of discovery, something new for the first time, something that may have existed for thousands and thousands of years, but we never discovered before. This year, the ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Professor K.S. Rao Best Researcher Award to Professor Somesh Kumar from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Many congratulations to you, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Sadha Bhatt from the Department of Statistics, Karnataka University, to read the citation for this, sir.
I am very happy to read the citation of Professor Somesh Kumar, recipient of K.S. Rao Best Researcher Award. Professor Somesh Kumar has research interests in the area of statistical decision theory and inference. He has published more than 100 research papers in the area of statistical decision theory and inference, probability theory, quantum computation and robotics. He has supervised 11 doctoral and more than 200 masters for MTech and MSc dissertations. He is an associate editor of American Journal of Mathematical and Management Sciences, Taylor and Francis. He has been on editorial board and referee for many national and international journals. He is an elected member of the National Academy of Sciences, Allahabad, India. He was an elected member of the Executive Committee of the Indian Society for Probability and Statistics and an elected General Council member of the Forum for Interdisciplinary Mathematics. He has developed 3 video courses on probability and statistics, statistical inference, and statistical methods for scientists and engineers under NPTEL project of the Ministry of Human Resources and Development. These are available through websites of NPTEL and YouTube, etc., and have received millions of views worldwide. He received the Platinum Jubilee Lecture Award of the Indian Science Congress Association in 2016. He is on selection panels of faculty positions at various IITs, NITs, universities, and other academic organizations. He is also a member of admission committees, board of studies of many institutes and universities. He has delivered more than 150 invited lectures and talks in various national and international conferences, symposia, and workshops, and also chaired sessions. He has been a resource person for several short-term refresher courses at IIT Kharagpur and other institutions. He has visited the University of Ulm and the University of Dortmund in Germany as a guest professor. He has also visited Middle East Technical University, Ankara, University of Wollongong, Australia, University of Salzburg, Austria, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, for delivering invited lectures. He has held administrative positions of President, Students Gymkhana, Dean of Students Affairs, Organizing Chairman for Joint Admission Test for MSc, JAM, etc. He has interest in contributions of ancient Indians to mathematics and regularly teaches the course History of Science and Technology in Ancient India for students in IIT Kharagpur. He regularly delivers expert talks on this topic for various universities and institutes. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the K.S. Rao Best Researcher Award to Dr. Somesh Kumar, a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, ISPS, jointly organized by Department of Statistics, University of College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India on Sunday, the 13th March 2022. Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, ISPS, 13th March 2022.
Thank you so much, madam, for reading the citation. Now I would like to invite Professor Somesh Kumar to share his inspiring words. Over to you, sir.
Sir, Professor Somesh Kumar, sir, unmute. Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank all the
Not audible, person.
Somesh Kumar, you are not audible.
Senior functionaries of Indian Society for Honorary President, ISPS, Professor N. Bal. Okay, just a minute. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Now can hear you, but earlier.
Now you can hear me? Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah, please
okay,
continue.
Sure. Okay, yeah. First of all, I would like to thank all the
Professor Somesh Kumar, again you are not audible. There is some signal problem, I believe.
Can say without camera, you can say that. Probably that will help you.
Okay. Yeah. Professor Malik, General Secretary of ISPS, all the faculty members of the Usman.
Still the problem. Somesh Kumar, still we can't able to hear you.
Who are present today in the conference at the moment. I would like to thank all my teachers at IIT Kanpur who actually generated my interest in statistical research and teaching, and also all my research scholars with whom I could work on so many different problems. And I learned that in order to actually develop yourself, you should really work on different areas. So, and especially it is apt that it is the award is named in the name of Professor K. Srinivas Rao, who has also worked on so many different topics. This also encourages me to work even harder for doing more service to the statistical community in the form of teaching as well as research. At this moment, I would like to thank especially my parents and also my family members for supporting in my work. I would also like to thank my PhD supervisor, Professor Diwakar Sharma, and all other my professors at IIT Kanpur who taught me the fine things about the statistics. I would also like to thank some of my collaborators like Professor P. Vellai Swami of IIT Bombay, Professor Neeraj Mishra of IIT Kanpur, Professor Kishore Sinha, Professor Ashish Sen Gupta, with whom I interacted and learned many new things. Finally, I would like to thank all my research scholars with whom I could work on different areas. Finally, I thank once again Indian Society for Probability and Statistics for bestowing me with this award. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thought with us.
I'm sorry that there was some network issue when I'm speaking, so I don't know whether my full thing could be told here or
yes,
not.
We were able to hear you. Thank you so much, sir, for
Thank
sharing
you.
your thought. Many congratulations to you once again. Confidence is born within, but when someone recognizes your work, then it makes lots of difference. This year, Professor C.R. Rao Gold Medal goes to Dr. Sudhish Kumar Kuttumanil from the Indian Statistical Institute, Chennai. Many congratulations to you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Subha Arnayar from NSS College for Women, University of Kerala, to take over the screen and introduce the position holder.
Thank you, Neha ma'am. Good afternoon, respected professors, organizers of the conference, and esteemed participants. I find myself privileged to have gotten this opportunity to read the citation of Dr. Sudhish Kumar Katumanil, Professor C.R. Rao Gold Medal winner of this year, and I express my sincere thanks to the organizers of the conference, the president and executive members of ISPS, and to my guide and mentor, Dr. Satish Kumar sir. Dr. Sudhish Kumar Katumanil is an associate professor in Indian Statistical Institute, Chennai, India since 1st January 2020. He worked as assistant professor in University of Hyderabad from 17th March 2009 to 22 December 2011. He joined Indian Statistical Institute, Chennai as an assistant professor from 23 December 2011 to 31st December 2019. He was a postdoctoral fellow in City University of Hong Kong from 2nd May 2019 to 2nd September 2019, and Indo-US fellow in Michigan State University from 30th December 2013 to 29 December 2014, a postdoctoral fellow in Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi from 17 March 2008 to 16 March 2009. He completed his BSc in Mathematics in 2000 from University of Calicut, Kozhikode. He was awarded MSc in Statistics in 2003 and PhD in Statistics in January 2009. His thesis was submitted on 31st December 2007 by the Cochin University of Science and Technology, Cochin, India. He has many awards and fellowships in his credit, like the Mathematical Research Impact Centric Support 2018 by SERB DST Government of India, Indo-US Research Fellowship 2013, constituted jointly by Science and Engineering Research Board DST Government of India and Indo-US Science and Technology Forum, Indo-US Research Fellowship 2013, constituted jointly by Science and Engineering Research Board DST, Government of India, and Indo-US Science and Technology Forum, Jan Timbergen Award for the Young Statisticians from Developing Countries 2009, International Statistical Association, Netherlands, NBHM Postdoctoral Fellowship 2008, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India, US Nair Memorial Young Statistician Award 2006 by the Indian Society of Port Probability and Statistics, and UGC CSIR Junior Research Fellowship 2003. He has published 32 research papers and 1 book. He has supervised 1 PhD and completed 1 major project of budget 13.6 lakhs. His 15 research papers are currently communicated or under revision, and 10 research papers are under development. He is an associate editor in Journal of Indian Statistical Association, JISA. The ISPS is privileged to honor and confer the Professor C.R. Rao Gold Medal Award to Dr. Sudhish Kumar Katumanil, a renowned scientist, an inspiring teacher, an able researcher, a profound statistician, and a great humanist, at this 41st Annual Convention of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics, ISPS, jointly organized by the Department of Statistics, University College of Science, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana, India, on Sunday, the 13th March 2022. Congratulations, dear Professor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for reading the citation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sudhish Kumar for sharing his thought.
I am very happy today. I think you can see everything is fine. I could not see, that's why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I am very happy today. I would like to thank ISPS and jury for selecting me this award. I thank all the teachers of Department of Statistics for encourage constant support, which I am getting. I did my PhD under the supervision of Dr. N. Indikation Nair, who is the former president of ISPS. During our during my PhD. He always encouraged me to do good research. But after that, I went to Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi, for doing my postdoctoral work. Professor Isha Diwan, the supervisor, always give a good support. Still, she is giving good support to me. I also would like to mention the support I am getting from Professor N. Balakrishna to do good quality of research work. I always talk to him. Of course, he always give advice in personal and academic matters. I am very happy to have a lot of good collaborators, so that I could contribute to the statistics. I also would like to acknowledge the love and support I am getting from my mother, wife Ramya, and daughter Veda. Finally, I would like to mention one point. When I message to Professor Isha Diwan that I got this award, then she wrote two messages. One is congratulations, Sudhish, and the second one is responsibility to work hard. I promise to this gathering that I will try my best to do good research work in the future. Thank you all for blessing me in this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thought with us. Now, I would like to invite Professor Parameshwar V. Pandit from the Bangalore University to announce the best research papers. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. President of ISPS, Professor Balakrishna, Honorary President Professor Rajshekhar Reddy, and other executive members of ISPS, Professor Jayashree and Professor Bhattacharyalu of Organizing Committee and their team. So it is my privilege to announce the Best Research Paper Awards. There are 4 awards. I just would like to read those. The first is ISPS Young Statistician for Best Research Paper Award. This goes to Shilpa Subhash of Cochin University of Science and Technology. Congratulations, Shilpa. The second award is Dr. A.M. Mathai Cash Prize Award. It goes to Aradhya Girish Ramachandra, Central University of Rajasthan. Congratulations, Girish. The third is Dr. M.L. Gopalan Prize Award. This goes to Dilip Kumar Yam from University of Calicut. So congratulations, Dilip Kumar. The next award is Dr. B.K. Kale Prize Award. Goes to A.S. Satinthar, University of Kerala. So congratulations, Satinthar. So I congratulate all the winners personally and on behalf of ISPS. I thank ISPS executive body for giving this support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And many congratulations to all the researchers who have received the Best Paper Awards. Now, I would like to invite Professor C. Satish Kumar from the University of Kerala to announce the Best MSc project. Over to you, sir.
With great pleasure, and on behalf of the President, Secretary, and EC members, Honorary President, and EC members, and Associate EC members of ISPS, we would like to announce the results of ISPS MSc Project Competition Award 2021. This time we received 7 entries and we shortlisted 3 among them based on the adjudication reports of 3 experts. And on 11th March, the first day of the conference, these 3 teams were allowed to present their project reports. And on the basis of the reports of the 3 judges, we come up with the final ranking as per the consolidated evaluation reports of all the experts. With the permission of the ISPS and EC members and associated EC members, and all those who assembled here in this forum, let me to announce the result. The first rank goes to the team from Department of PG Studies and Research in Statistics, Mangalore University, Vinita Sararo, Sukesh Kayan, and Ankita K. The second rank goes to Department of Statistics, Yenipoya Deemed University team. From there, Sushama, Sanjana S, and Lahiri L are the team members. The third rank goes to the team from Department of Statistics, Madras Christian College, Chennai. The team members are Ashwini Rajendran, Malolan T.A. and Prajesh S. Once again, I utilize this occasion to congratulate each of these team members, and their certificates will be sent to you by email or by post from the ISPS office.
Thank you so much, sir, and many congratulations to who have received the Best MSc Project Report Award. Before concluding this award ceremony, on the behalf of the Executive Committee of ISPS, I would like to express my gratitude to all the jury members of all the committees for their efforts and significant assistance during this process. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we sincerely wish to see you all again in the next convention of ISPS with renewed enthusiasm and energy. Now I hand over the session to the chairperson of this award ceremony. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Neha. Before going to propose vote of thanks, I would like to congratulate to all the awardees of this program, of this ceremony function, and I'm also grateful to Dr. Neha, the program coordinator, and all the citation speakers. So now I request Dr. Venkateswaran, who is our treasurer, I request you to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm very much happy to present the vote of thanks for this award ceremony. On behalf of ISPS and on my personal behalf, first I wish to thank ISPS President, Secretary, Honorary President, EC members and AEC members and award committee members for identifying the deserving personalities to honor them. Then I would like to thank Dr. Neha Garg from IGNO, New Delhi, for coordinating the award ceremony, also in preparing of citation and invitation. Thank you, madam. Then I would like to thank Professor Sharada Bhatt, Bangalore University, Professor Kritika, Pondicherry University, Professor Ranjita Pandey, University of Delhi, Professor G. Jayashri, Usmania University, Hyderabad, Dr. Rupal Shah, MS University, Baroda, Dr. Lalita Devi, Kasturba Gandhi College for Women, Telangana, Dr. Subha R. Nair, NSS College for Women, University of Kerala, for presenting the citation of the awardees in a nice way. Thank you all of you, madam. Then I would like to thank the awardees, Professor BLS Prakash Ram sir from C.R. Rao Institute, Hyderabad, for getting a Professor C.R. Rao Lifetime Achievement Award, Professor Arup Bose from ISA Calcutta for getting Fellow of ISPS, for Professor K. Srinivas Rao, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, for getting Fellow of ISPS, Professor David Hanagal, the Symbiosis Statistical Institute, Pune, for getting Fellow of ISPS, Professor K.K. Jose, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, for getting a Fellow of ISPS. Then Professor S.C. Malik, MD University, Rohtak, for getting the award, Distinguished Statistician Award. Professor Somesh Kumar, IIT Kharagpur, for getting Professor K.S. Rao Best Researcher Award. Dr. Sudesh K. Kautumanil, ISI Chennai, for getting Professor C.R. Rao Gold Medal. I would like to congratulate and thank all the awardees for receiving this award. I also thank all the committee members of Best Research Paper and Best MSc Project teams and the awardees also. Thank you one and all.
Thank you all of you.
I think with that we are done with the award ceremony. I will start, Professor Reddy. Yeah. Okay. So thank you all for making this very grand success. I think it went on very well. Thanks to Neha, in particular, and also Professor Reddy for coordinating all the things. Professor Satish and Professor Pandit for managing the competitions. Also for all the jury members. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bala.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Professor.
Rao, Dr.
Yeah,
Srinivasa Rao.
thank you, all of you.
Yeah, I think we will meet in the afternoon session.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Bye.
Right,
Let
sir,
us have
Srinivasa.
some lunch now.
Right, sir. Kodu Srinivasa
Thank
garu.
you.
Namaskaram.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
Thank you all.
Done a great job, sir, honoring the really talented people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all awardees. It's a wonderful, wonderful session that we had today, and identifying and encouraging all the people who are involved in statistics and probability.
And then again, and again you are going to see on 10th September in Tirupati.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Precious.
Yes,
Always
sir. We are planning.
If it is online or offline, hybrid.
Congratulations to all the winners from the Department of Statistics. Congratulations to all the winners and awardees from the Department of Statistics, Osmania University, from the organizing committee.
Dr. Neha Garg from IGNO, New Delhi, for coordinating the award ceremony. Also,
In particular, and also Professor Reddy for coordinating all the things. Professor Satish and Professor Pandit for
all awardees. It's a wonderful, wonderful.
Namaste, sir. Sir, you are unmute. Namaste, sir.
Namaskar, madam.
Session will start at 2:30, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, 4 papers are there, sir, contributed paper. Hello?
Hello?
Sir, 4 contributed papers are there.
Yes. I have gone through
114.
that papers.
Yeah, 114, 175, 176, and 199.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Sir, presenters not yet joined, sir. We will wait for 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me about my audio, video, and a mute, unmute system? Is it okay or not?
Yes, sir. It's okay, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Subhalakshmi ma'am. Subhalakshmi ma'am. Subhalakshmi ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madhusmita.
Good afternoon, sir.
Wait a
Yes,
minute.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
It is not audible clearly, sir.
Am I not audible?
Yes, yes, now audible. Now
Sir,
I can share my.
Sir,
Now
Dr.
I can
Ranjan
share,
Kumar
sir.
Sahu, sir.
Esteemed organizing committee members present over this virtual meet, and my dear participants, I am now welcome to all the participants to this hall B conference. That is, you have to contribute, you have to present your contributed papers, and in order it is 114. That is Preeti Baj. She will present the paper Bayesian interval estimation for the parameters in poison type.
Sorry, sir. Sorry to disturb you, sir. Sir,
Yes,
she is
yes.
not available yet. So Madhusmita Tripathi will present the paper, sir.
Okay, Madhusmita, you go ahead. That is a study on influence of a patriarchal mindset on girl child education and women's freedom to take up business activity in nuclear families. Madhusmita, you carry on. Present your paper.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone, and I'm Madhusmita Tripathi. Now I am sharing my screen. Now it is visible to everyone?
No, ma'am, it's not visible. You have to
No.
share.
Sure.
Madhusmita, are you using laptop or mobile?
Laptop, sir.
Yes. You go ahead.
Now it is visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. My topic is the study on influence of patriarchal mindset on girl-child education and women's freedom to take up business activity in nuclear families. Then in today's social norms, these are changing as more women are taking up education supported by the family and are succeeding in business, and as are more and more females getting the freedom to take up business activities. But some of the problems that Indian women face in both urban and rural areas are illiteracy, poverty, economic conditions, and violence. And due to these problems today, women in India are both physically and mentally overburdened. So in today's Indian society, women are found to be financially behind, gender inequality, which affects the socio-economic development of poor women. Also, gender discriminations in all areas of family communities are found in the or violences are found. So the main reasons for these conditions are illiteracy and lack of awareness among women for their rights. Though education and training, women can help to enter and improve in the business world that creates a complete work environment. So main reasons for this persistence of disparities that are harmful are social norms, which are same as the women and men. So now these norms are changing as more women are enter and succeed in business, and female entrepreneurs also. Then this research, this is the based on so now the research objective. Here I have two objectives. That is, first objective is to find out whether nuclear families of Kendrapada district. I am taking here the Kendrapada districts, and then the two objectives are to find out whether nuclear families of Kendrapada districts have a preference for giving education to their girl child or not.
And the second objective is to study families' elders' opinion about the importance of girl education as well as their engagement in any income generating activity and its influence on the socio-economic status of women as a whole. So these are the research objectives. And next is the, here in this research, the Kendrapada districts, there are 4 blocks, that is Ali, Derabis, Gardapur, Mahaklapada taken, and a sample of 250 respondents were taken, and which is based on the stratified random sampling. Here various sample collection techniques also used here to find out to meet the objectives. Here the research hypothesis is, the first hypothesis is nuclear families do not prefer to give education to their girl child similar to their boy child. This is the first hypothesis, and alternative hypothesis, this is the alternative hypothesis. And second hypothesis is patriarchal mindset has no significant influence on women's education. And the third hypothesis is patriarchal mindset has no significant influence of women's employment. Then these are my research hypothesis. The next, the research methodology. In the here we apply the, I apply that linear probability model for the first hypothesis and ordinary regression analysis for the second hypothesis I have taken here. Data here, 250 respondents I am taken, and the primary data I have taken. And here the demographic, I use some regression variables, and we take the regression response variable, that the 2 variables 1 and 2. One variable which is the nuclear family's preference for the girl education, and 0 is the nuclear family's lack of preference for the girls education. And the regression in this research is, here is qualitative in nature, and qualitative response regression models, here is the, here known as the linear probability model, and these are the equations, that is the yi equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x1, then beta 2 x2, beta 3 x3, beta 4 x4, beta 4 x3, beta 5 x4, beta 6 x5, beta 7 x6, beta 8 x7 plus ui. Here I have taken, this is the equation 1 for the model, that is in this case here y is the 1 if the nuclear family's preference for the girls education, and 0 if the nuclear families do not have a preference for the girls education. And x1 here is the income level of the family, x2 is the education level, x3 is the money taken from the SSG groups, and x4 is the variable that is employment level, and x5 influenced by government awareness program, x6 is the variable that is financial inclusiveness, then x7 is the patriarchal family standard. These are the variables I have taken here. Then in next equation, these are the linear programming model equations. Expectation of yi conditioning xi, which is equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x1, beta 3 x2, and beta 4 x3 plus beta 4 x5, beta 5 x4 plus beta 6 x5 plus beta 7 x6 plus beta 8 x7. Here pi is the probability model. Then expectation of yi in equation 3 equal to 0 into 1 minus pi plus 1 into pi. That is, pi is the probability that yi equal to 1. When y equal to 1, that is the nuclear family's preference for the girls' education. Here I taken the yi as 1 and 0 when the lack of preference for the girls' education. Here is the, then the last equation is 4 from 2 and 3. I have derived this equation. Then next, these are the demographic characteristics of respondents religion wise.
Next.
Yes, sir.
Next, you go.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, in this, here I take the minimum age of respondents was kept as 15 years. Minimum age is 15 years, and maximum is greater than 55. Maximum, that is 73 years up to I have taken here. And here sample percentage consists of 38.80 percentages of male. 38.80 percentage I have taken male, and 61.20 that is the female females, and the respondents of Hindus are 56. Where is the course here? The Hindus are 56.4 percentage of the respondents are Hindus, and 12.4 are Muslims, 6.4 are Christians. These are the religion based, and the employment level, the same self-employed is the 47 and percentage is 18.8. Here Christian is 44 and percentage is 70.6, and Muslim is the total number is 41 and the percentage is for 16.4. Buddhism also here taken 66 and the percentage is 26.4. Here also Sikhism, and 19 is here the total number and the percentage is 7.6. Others are 33 and the number of percentage is 13.2. Here, educational status here. Educational status, the Hindus as primary, total number is 29, percentage here is 11.6, and Christians are to secondary level, that is the 40, and total number and percentage is 16. These are the educational status. Income level also I have taken here less than 50,000, and here here the yes sir, the number of percentage is
you proceed. You skip this.
Yes.
Okay. Next slide.
Yes. Then
Right.
I have then the results and discussions here for the first hypothesis. That is, the first hypothesis is nuclear families do not prefer to give education to their girl child similar to their boy child. This is my first hypothesis. Here the adjusted R is R square value is 0.034. Adjusted value, that is adjusted R square is 0.034. That is the, here are the variables, independent 7 indicator variables are there in regression model, and the adjusted R square value is 0.034, which is less than the R square value. R square value here is 0.061 because here with the total of 7 predictor variables. So here is the standard error is 0.354. So in the above model is, that is the model I use here, the F value is here 0.031. F value is 0.031, and so the P value associated with the F value here that is statistically significant or not to test. The calculated value here P is the less than the value of 0.05. That indicates the independent variables are independence variables are significant association for the nuclear families preference to give their girls to education. Then next.
Second hypothesis.
Yes. So this is the table 4. Yes, table 4. Regression, yes. Then the regression coefficients table here I have taken for that.
You conclude. You have crossed the time. Okay, you conclude immediately.
Yes,
okay.
Okay. So these are my. This is the table for the hypothesis 2. That is hypothesis. My hypothesis 2 is patriarchal mindset has no significant influence on women's education. So these are the values I have find the model information, goodness of fit table here, and the test of parallel lines here. Here also we conclude that the patriarchal mindset has a significant influence on women's education. Then here that is this is based on the third hypothesis, and which is this tables 8, 9, 10, and this is the patriarchal mindset has no significant influence on business activity. Here also,
you
yes,
wind up quickly.
yes, sir. So findings here are I observed that the nuclear families were run by the male, and he plays an important role in taking most of the decisions in the family. The women have a greater presence in the nuclear family system. They play a role of manager and play a subtle role in influencing the family decisions. And we observe also here that the employment status has a greater influence on the minds of patriarch while taking decisions. It is conclude that the nuclear family patriarch plays the important role in taking most of the prominent decisions. Then here we found the last that is the patriarchal mindset has no significant influence on women's education and freedom to take up business activity. So this is my conclusion, and thank you, sir.
Madhusinda, can you tell me what is the total population from which you have selected only 260, around 260 sample size? 250. So from which populations? What is the total population size? Can you tell me?
Yes, sir.
What is the total population size? So that you select about 250 sample size.
So here I take the small size, samples of small size, because the sample take 4 blocks, that is Ali and there's Marsaghai, this districts, and I have taken some around 250.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the participants? Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Bayesian interval estimation. Preeti Bej. Preeti madam, are you present here? Next. 175. Serial number 175. Serial number 175.
Stop sharing.
What? 176. Are you present? 176. Sania. Hello. Any problem?
176 already presented just now, sir. Madhusmita.
179, that is Madhusmita.
Yes, sir.
What about 176?
Sir, my number is 199.
Your number is 199. I am asking about 176 or 175, 114. Anybody present?
Sir, two are not presented, sir. Only one person we are waiting for. Just we will wait for 2-4 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Whether she joined or not, we will see, sir.
Okay. Madhusmita. Are you?
Yes, sir.
Madhusmita.
Yes, sir.
How many variables you have taken?
7 variables.
Say, what is x1?
Sir?
What is x1?
X1 in that equation?
In the equation, that is the first variable x1.
X1 religion, sir?
Religion. X2?
Religion. X2, sir, employment level.
Employment level. And 0 and 1 is the preference of education, not giving.
Not,
0 is
yes,
the
sir.
not giving. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. What is your reference papers you have followed?
Sir, I have not given here.
Whenever you have to present, whenever you have to prepare any paper, you should mention from this paper we derived this, or from this paper we follow this, and at the end you should mention the reference papers. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your valuable contribution on the influence of family mindset of the towards the girl child education. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next participant.
Hello, Ranjan sir.
Yes, yes, madam.
Sir, other 3 participants are not going to present, sir. So,
Okay.
so this session will be over, sir.
Okay, okay.
Thank you so much for chairing the session, sir.
Okay,
Thanks a
okay,
lot.
madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure to chair the session, having only one participant, Madhusmita. So thank you, madam, for your kind attentions and organizing this conference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Okay.
so much. Isha Pratik Das, sir. Welcome, sir. Pratik Das, sir.
Yeah. Hello. Yes.
Sir, welcome to the session, sir.
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
sir.
Yeah.
You can chair the session, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now 7 minutes remaining to start the session. Should I start now?
Yes, sir. No problem, sir.
Okay.
Followed by valedictory now, sir. We can start the session, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, 1 minute. Just I am searching the list. Where is that list?
Sir, first Kirti Kamalji is present, sir.
Yes.
162 serial number.
Okay. So actually I had this list, just I misplaced. Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please give me 2 minutes.
No problem, sir.
Yeah. Now I found it. Yes. Oh. Yeah, 162 it will be started. So hello everyone. Good afternoon to all. I thanks the organizer for giving me this opportunity of chairing this session. I welcome Kriti. So she will be presenting partition of asymmetric measures of association for multi-way contingency table. So please, Kriti, continue. You may take 10 minutes. So please complete by 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Kirti Kamalja. I'm working as associate professor in Department of Statistics, Kavitri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University. I'm going to talk about partition of asymmetric measures of association for multi-way contingency table. So first of all, I'm going to talk about symmetric measures of association, asymmetric measures of association, their partition, what is role of their partition in testing significance. All these things I'm going to cover. So first of all, we commonly use a chi-square test for testing independence of attributes. So Pearson's index, that is the very commonly used symmetric measure of association, while Goodman-Kruskal tau index, Gray-Williams index, Markov-Takeunos index, delta index, all these are asymmetric measures of association, and these are introduced with a different purpose of studying the relationship between categorical variables. So first of all, I'll be talking about the two-way contingency table. The Pearson's index is defined as a marginal and joint relative frequencies. Based on that, this index is defined. These things are extended from two-way to three-way to multi-way contingency table, and its significance. For example, for three-way contingency table, if we have three attributes, then independence of those three attributes can be tested through the value of n phi square. That means the index multiplied by n, and its distribution is compared with the chi-square distribution with the respective degrees of freedom. So here the objective is to study the association, and here we have to study the share of each pair of variable in the corresponding index. So here phi square index is based on deviations from three-way independence model and contains contribution of all two-way and three-way association. And actually it can be expressed as in terms of norms of the orthogonal array. Here the norm is not a usual norm, but it is weighted norm. For example, if we have the three-way tables A and B, three-way arrays, we can say A and B, then their weighted norm is defined with the weights given as a marginal relative frequencies to these aijk's and bijk's, and then norm is defined as a root of these weighted sum of squares. So when we want to partition the index for three-way contingency table, just like our usual ANOVA, we have various components of deviations of the marginal sums with respect to the grand sum and so on. And here using the specific pi array, look at the pi array. Using that pi array, we can interpret that Pearson's index as a squared norm of that pi array. And further, what is done actually, that pi arrays is decomposed in 8 different terms, and these terms are going to represent the share of pair of variables in the total contingent total Pearson's index. So these pi arrays are having interesting properties that their inner product is null matrix. Their inner product is going to be null matrix or 0, and due to that, these marginal pi's for single variable, they are going to be O, while when we'll be having this pi array with 8 components, three of its components becomes O, and these 4 components, they are representing now the Pearson's index for pair of variable, and one term is residual term. So these pi arrays are actually used when numerically it is calculated, then it becomes easy for the calculation of partition of the Pearson's index. And but only thing is that the norm is not the usual norm, it is the weighted norm. So this way, the chi-square statistic also has components, and this is called partition of Pearson index in 4 terms, but this is for three-way contingency table. One can obtain the partition for Pearson's index for 4-way contingency table, and in general, this is the partition. This is the definition of Pearson's index for k-way contingency table, and now, when we have a general k-way contingency table, it would be quite difficult to obtain the partition. So we have developed specific algorithm to partition this Pearson's index or chi-square statistic, and using this specific algorithm efficiently, we can get in a lesser time the partition using the specific software. So everybody knows ANOVA and what is importance of ANOVA. But in case of contingency table, because our variables are categorical, the categorical ANOVA, which is known as cat ANOVA, for these k variables, it can be represented as a contribution, or we are able to separate the two-way association terms and their contribution in Pearson's index, then three-way terms and their partition, further partition, and their significance also can be tested, and addition of all these partition terms will be actually the k Pearson's index for all k variables, and all these can be tested for significance, and one can even study the share and contribution of the pair of variable or the collection of variables, whichever is of interest. So here I have one example where 4 variables I have considered, and for these 4 variables, this is the contingency table, and based on this, one is interested in the total significance of the Pearson's index, and then what is share of the variables which are included there. So this is how we have applied the specific algorithm for the partition. But now this was for symmetric, the chi-square index was based on symmetric measure of association, but now I'm focusing my study on the non-symmetric measure of association. So basically, when we have two-way contingency table, the measure of association, asymmetric association, is actually studied through Goodman-Kruskal tau index, which is introduced in 1954. And here actually the variable, we have 2 variable, but row variable is treated as response variable and column variable is treated as a predictor variable, and measure of predictability of that variable related to response variable, that is studied through this tau index. And the significance of this tau index is again tested through chi-square test. Now, this Goodman-Kruskal tau index has a specific interpretation that its numerator represents overall measure of increase in predictability of rows given the column, and denominator represents the measure of overall error in prediction. So specifically, tau will be 0 when all distribution of predictor variables are identical to the overall marginal distribution. Now, this Goodman-Kruskal tau index has been extended by Marco-Turcinos in 1980 something, and for three-way table, it is defined like this, as specified in the equation. And here now we have one response variable and 2 predictor variables, and that's why it is named as Marco-Turcinos index. And again, its interpretation will be very similar to two-way index. Now the question is, partition of this has been proposed by Lombardo in 2011, and this partition is actually, the Marco-Turcinos index is actually depending on some of the components which are actually pairwise asymmetric measures of association. Now here, this decomposition in terms of tau index, one can see that this is the index which is for first two variables, then A1 with A3, and this is the term which is actually the Pearson's chi-square index, which I have talked about first in the initial presentation, and this is the residual term. So we can see that when we are partitioning asymmetric measure of association, 2 components are actually representing asymmetric association of pair of variable, while this term represent measure of symmetric association for the predictor variables. So again, by properly defining the pi arrays, this additivity of the partition is maintained, and specifically again here pi arrays are properly defined, and their inner product is taken care that it is equal to the null matrix. But the orthogonal decomposition proposed by Lombardo, it has a slight problem that the last term, residual term, its inner product is not null matrix, and that's why additivity of quadratic norms is not valid. So we propose one modification. We propose to use alpha pijk term like this in place of like this, then the additivity and orthogonality will be valid. So that is what is our contribution. But now further we want to extend these partitioning of the tau index for four-way and multi-way contingency table. So when we have four-way contingency table, the n individuals which are cross-classified according to four variables. So we have four-way contingency table, four-way matrix of relative frequency, and one variable A1 is treated as response variable, and remaining three are treated as predictor variables. So this is how the extension of Markov-Tarkino's index is proposed for four-way contingency table. Now, this particular tau index, again, we properly look at the pi arrays and define them so that the norms of those pi arrays will be additively giving us the partition. So again, one can see that the tau index in asymmetric measure of association for four-way contingency table, it has now three components which are representing asymmetric measure of association of A1 with A2, A1 with A3, A1 with A4. And now this one is the term which represents the independence of actually this term can be used for testing independence of all the three predictors which are involved in this particular tau index, and this is the residual term which is usually represented as error term. So this is how the tau index has the components, the additive partition of the tau index has been proposed through orthogonal arrays. And here we can extend now this for multi-way contingency table. So again, in multi-way contingency table, one can see that level of complexity is going to increase because we will have multi-dimensional arrays, and one response variable would be there, and k-1 predictor variables would be there. And for this this tau index, if we'll see, then one can interpret, or one can look at those that tau index in terms of weighted norm of a pi array. So this pi will be again the multidimensional array, and dealing with multidimensional arrays, that is possible in softwares which are based on matrices like MATLAB and Mathematica. So we have used MATLAB, and we have developed a program for partition, and this partition now it will be having pairwise asymmetric.
You may kindly complete by 1 minute. You can summarize. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm almost doing that. So this is what categorical ANOVA we have seen for k variables, but now this is the partition of asymmetric measure of association. So when we have multi-way contingency table, so we are able to partition it in a pairwise two-way asymmetric association terms. And what is interesting is that this is a k-1 way symmetric association term through which we can test whether the predictors are really independent of each other. This is the residual term, and this is the overall k-way asymmetric association term which can be tested with this much degrees of freedom. And C statistic, the corresponding statistic is known as C statistic, which is actually multiple of that tau index. So here I have one example. I just want to propose this example in which I have partitioned the asymmetric tau index for this four-way contingency table. And here specifically, we have four variables, and even though we can see that the value of tau index is 0.026, which looks very small, but the associated C statistic is highly significant. And what it means that the variables, severity of whiz, that was the variable that is significantly influenced by the predictors, maternal, smoking, age, and country. These were our four variables. and maternal smoking is more influential factor than age and country. So all these things one can conclude due to this partition, what is the role of each variable in the partition, that can be also studied by looking at the percent of share in the total variation, very similar to ANOVA, and that's why these things are popularly known as categorical ANOVA. These are the references which are key references, we can say. And yes.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
nice
you.
presentation. Very nice
Thank you.
presentation. I request audience, if you have any questions, please ask. Okay. Yeah. So thank you, ma'am. Let us discuss. I hope there is no questions. So let us request next presenter, Dr. V. Pandit. So Dr. Diba Jogesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I request you to present. Your presentation title is a special two-sample location problem based on some sub-sample approach. So now
Yes,
you may start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have 8 minutes, 2 minutes question answer. You can take total 10 minutes. Yeah.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
And my voice is also audible, no?
Yes, audible. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Deepa Yogesh Kamath. I'm associate professor from Rapatunga University, Bengaluru. First of all, I just want to thank the organizers for giving me this chance to present my research work in such a wonderful conference. And today's topic of my research paper is a special two-sample location problem based on subsample approach. It's a joint work with my guide, Professor Parameshwar V. Pandit from Department of Statistics, Bangalore University, Bengaluru. To start with, not able to slide it. Okay. The plan of the talk goes like this: introduction, literature survey, proposed class of test, asymptotic distribution of the proposed class, asymptotic relative efficiency, ARE, simulation study, remarks and conclusions, and references. So to introduce the problem, two-sample location problem is a fundamental problem, we can say. It's fundamental problem in statistical inference, especially in non-parametric inference. And it has got a lot of applications in the fields like economics, botany, medicine, psychology, etc. And a particular type of two-sample location problem in comparing the performances of two packing machines, in which one per machine may underfill the packets and the other may overfill the packets on an average. Such problems comes under special two-sample location problem, where one wishes to test for the point of symmetry against appropriate alternative. So we have done the number of distribution free tests are available for two-sample location problem, namely Mann-Whitney's test, 1947, Moore's median test, Gastwit H&L test, normal scores test, RS test due to Hogg, Fishers and Randalls, Chetty Govindrajalu test due to Matheson, Chetty and Bhatt, a test due to Ahmed, Zai and Pribe, Stephenson and Ghosh, Bhatt and Patil, Kosler and Kumar. There are many tests available where the main interest is to compare the two populations, which differs only in locations. Chetty and Umrani 2005 and Pandit and Acharya 17 are available in the literature for special two-sample location problem. The proposed class of test goes like this. Let x1 to xm and y1 to yn, two independent random samples from absolutely continuous distributions with CDF f1 of x and f2 of y. And where f1 of x, we can define it as f of x plus theta, f2 of y, we can define it as f of x minus theta. The problem is to test the location parameter theta equal to 0 against theta greater than 0. And here we assume that f of 0 is equal to 1 by 2. The proposed class of test statistic is a U statistic, and here the h of x1 to xp, y1 to yk is a symmetric kernel, two-sample symmetric kernel, which is depending on median of x samples, and yk is the maximum of y samples. So we have taken here x median from x and maximum from y, and p is the size of the subsample size. It is the condition for p is it should lie between 1 to m, k is 1 to n, and it's a U statistic with kernel p comma k. And for the large value of WPK is significant for testing H naught theta equal to 0 versus theta is greater than 0. When we come to the asymptotic distribution of WPK, the mean of WPK is 1 by 2 into 1 minus 1 by 2 to the power of k under H naught, where A, which we have considered here, AI equal to A to P. A is nothing but P plus 1 by 2, and the exact variance of their WPK is difficult to obtain. So we assume the asymptotic variance of WPK by using U statistic, generalized U statistic theorem due to Lehman 1951. The theorem says that let x1 to xm and y1 to yn denote the independent random samples from populations with CDF f of x and g of y, and let h be a symmetric kernel with the estimate for an estimable parameter gamma of degree p comma k. Then expectation of h square x1 to xp, y1 to yk is less, that is finite, and then we can say that root n WPK minus expectation of WPK has a limiting normal distribution with mean 0 and variance p square zeta 1 0 by lambda plus k square zeta 0 1 by 1 minus lambda. So here the lambda is the limiting ratio of the sample size to the total, and it has to lie between 0 and 1, the main conditions, and capital N is equals to m plus n. And zeta 1 0 and zeta 0 1 are the covariance terms by fixing x and y values respectively. So the computation of zeta 1 0 and zeta 1 0 1 goes like this, and finally we obtain the expression. These are the computation involved in zeta 0 1 covariance terms by fixing x and y values. So this is zeta 1 0 we have got. Similarly, zeta 0 1 by fixing y value we have got like this. And coming to the asymptotic relative efficiency, Pittman 1949, he defined asymptotic relative efficiency of one test P relative to another test Q as the limiting ratio of the sample sizes required to obtain the same limiting power for the sequence of alternatives converging to null hypothesis. By Noether's theorem, ARE of P comma Q, there are two tests here, P and Q, is nothing but efficacy of P by efficacy of Q square, where efficacy of P is defined by this. And for the a proposed class of test, the efficacy is defined in this way. And the performance of WPK is compared with the test due to Chetty and Umrani U3PP in terms of Pittman ARE. And we have got the various values of WPK relative to U3PP for various distributions like normal, logistic, Cauchy, uniform, Laplace, and triangular distributions for different values of P equal to 3 and P equal to 5 subsample size. And here we can see the value here indicates that 1.3895, that means the test U333 needs 1.3895 times more sample observations to get the same asymptotic power. So these are in the logistic distribution. The first values indicates for subsample of size 3, and the second in bracket indicates for P equal to 5. And this is for table 3 is on Cauchy distribution. We have compared our test with U333, which are available in the literature. Uniform distribution, then Laplace distribution, triangular distribution, and we have carried out the simulation study also to evaluate the small sample performance by estimating the power of the test proposed class of test WPK for normal, Cauchy, logistic, and Laplace distributions by generating 1 lakh samples of different sizes. In each case, we have drawn the power curves for at 5% level of significance for different values of P and K. We can see here it is for normal distribution. The blue line is for the proposed test, and U3PP. This is Shetty and Omrani's statistic. We are seeing our test performs better in almost all the cases. So normal distribution power curve for different values of P and K and M and N. Cauchy distribution.
You have 2 minutes now.
Yeah. I'm going to conclude. This is for Cauchy's distribution, P and K, with M and N equal, then M and N different. So logistic distribution for 2 cases, Laplace distribution with the different values. And these are the conclusions we are observing. For testing point of symmetry in 2-sample location problem, a class of test statistic is proposed here. And it is observed that the performance of the proposed test is better than the test due to Shetty and Umrani, which is available for the test, which is available for in the literature for this problem, for the distributions like normal, logistic, Cauchy, and Laplace. And the values of AREs, when we compare it with U33, increases as K increases from 0.5 to lambda between 0.5 to 0.9 for light tail distributions like triangular and uniform. And we have computed the small sample power comparisons also we have done. And it is seen that our test, the power increases as the value of theta increases. It is actually the desirable property for any reasonable test. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for completing in time, and very nice presentation. Audience, if anyone interested to ask any questions, any doubt, please ask questions. Okay, just I am asking one question like, so your comparison is 2 sample, so sample from continuous distribution only or discrete cases also it may be considered?
It's a non-parametric, sir. Now we are taking continuous CDFs only.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I request next presenter. So Kumari Priyanka. Dr. Priyanka.
Yes, sir. I'm very good afternoon.
Yes.
I am.
So I request you present. Your title is analyzing the behavior of general class of estimators of population mean in presence of correlated measurement errors. So please start your presentation. So you have 8 minutes, 2 minutes question answer. So maximum 10 minutes you will take.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So very good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself is Dr. Kumari Priyanka, Associate Professor in Department of Mathematics, Shivaji College, University of Delhi. Today I'm going to discuss about analyzing the behavior of general class of estimators of population mean in presence of correlated measurement errors. So this is the plan of my talk: introduction, survey design, measurement error models, general class of estimators, simulation study, followed by results, and finally references. Now to start with, in survey sampling, we know that whenever we are doing survey in any fields like medical, environmental, health, epidemiological studies, everywhere we are calculating, we are finding some data. And we assume that data are measured precisely. But this is very far from the reality, because many a times it happens that we are whatever data we are going to get, that is not accurate, that is not true value. And if we are drawing the inferences based on that, that may be erroneous. So the data many a times are contaminated with measurement errors. So now what is this measurement error? So measurement error is the difference between the actual value and the recorded value. So this measurement error may arise due to interviewer, or it may be respondent, or it may be during the data processor or instruments used, etc. For example, we can see that in radiation therapy that is used for the treatment of cancer disease, the amount of radiation prescribed to a patient, it depends on the, it is done with the help of an instrument. And if the inaccurate amount of that particular radiation has been administered to a patient, it may cause severe difficulty for that particular patient. So likewise, there are many areas or many problems are there where there is a scope of getting inaccurate data. Then if we want to deal with such kind of situation, then how we can do it? So we are assuming that there is a population of size n, and y is considered as the study variable and z as the auxiliary variable. So auxiliary variable, as we know, it is highly correlated with the study variable, and if it is used, it may enhance the precision of the estimates. And it is you assume that this rho yz is the correlation coefficient between the study and the auxiliary variable. And these are the notations. So the aim is to estimate the population mean of the study variable in presence of correlated measurement error. So this is the problem. So for this, the measurement error model, the additive measurement error model has been assumed. And here this YEJ is given something like this, where this YJ is the true value and UJ is the measurement error associated with the while measuring this study variable. Similarly, VJ is the associated measurement error while measuring the auxiliary variable. And it is assumed that these measurement errors are independent of the true values, and it may follow any distribution, but we are assuming that it is following preferably normal distribution with mean zero and possibly different variances. But we will check for other distributions also later on. So here a class of estimator has been suggested, given by this T hat as a function of this YE bar and alpha, where alpha is a ratio form of this sample mean, which is measured with error and with the population mean. And psi is assumed to be a function which follows the following conditions, that at point Y bar and alpha, the assumed value, these points assume value in a closed convex subset R2 of two-dimensional real space, and it contains this point. And the function is continuous and bounded in R2, and first and second order partial derivatives of psi exist, and they are also assumed to be continuous and bounded, and these are also the conditions which has been assumed for this particular functions. Now it has been seen that there are many existing estimators which, if modified to work in presence of measurement error, can become the members of this class. So to start with a very simple one, that is the sample mean estimator or the modified ratio estimator. If it can be modified to work in presence of measurement error, it will look something like this. Likewise, several estimators are present which can be modified to work in presence of measurement error. So they are given something like this. So many estimators I have just tried to collect and see that they can be a member of this particular proposed class of estimators where they are modified to work in presence of measurement error. So, so these are some of the estimators. Likewise, there can be many more of this kind. So we try to discuss the property of this proposed class of measurement error, estimator in presence of measurement error. So in order to find out the properties, we find the bias of the estimator, and it is obtained something like this given over here. And the minimum mean square error has been computed up to the first order of approximation, and it is given like this. Here it has been assumed that the sampling scheme is simple random sampling without replacement, and following that these properties has been derived. So this is the expression we are getting for the minimum mean square error of the proposed class of estimator in presence of correlated measurement error. Now, if there may be a situation that measurement errors are present, but they may be uncorrelated. So in that case, if we substitute this, the correlation between the errors as 0, it can be modified, which is given in this corollary, it will take this form. Similarly, if there is no measurement error situation is there, we consider, then the minimum mean square error of that can be obtained something like this. So we see that here in this corollary, we compare the minimum mean square error in presence of correlated measurement error and when it is absent, when no measurement error is there. So it is observed that the minimum mean square error is more in case when the measurement error is present than in the case when there is no measurement error. So for comparing the proposed class of estimators, some estimators, existing estimators have been modified to work in presence of correlated measurement error, and they are modified and considered as one we have used as sample mean estimator with variance given something like this, and modified ratio estimator we have used because this is the standard one, and recent estimator by Kumar et al. 2019. They proposed the class of estimator in presence of correlated measurement error, and they proposed the estimator something like this. So it can be seen that this estimator is also a member of proposed class of estimator. So we have chosen this estimator, this recent one, to compare with the proposed general class of estimator. So for this, so this is the expression for the minimum mean square error for this Kumar et al. 2019 estimator. It is given something like this.
Which complete by 2 minutes.
Yeah. So for the mutual comparison also has been done by this ratio, and for the simulation study we have considered a population consisting of n equal to 94 districts of southern state of India, namely Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and the study variable is assumed to be the positivity rate of COVID-19 in ith district in the week ending from this June to 2021 to 2nd July 2021, and JEDI is the same variable but in before 1 week. So based on this, so these are the parameters that has been considered, and here the measurement error model to apply that we have used the MATLAB software and generated the data for the that measurement errors, and several possibilities has been assumed that measurement error the correlations vary from -0.9. We have taken the variations up to 0.9, and two distributions we have considered. One is the normal distribution, because since it is a symmetric distribution, so I wanted to check whether the same results we are getting for when we are using some skewed distribution. So for that, log normal distribution has also been used for this simulation study. So this table shows the result when there is no measurement error. So these are the results. Two situations has been considered when population sample size is 30 and when the sample size is 50. So this is the result, and this is the simulation results when for varying we have more result, but here we have shown some of the result in the table. And so here this is the data for the normal distribution, and the similar data for different estimators has been computed when they follow the measurement errors follow the log normal distribution. And it has been seen that in case of this normal distribution, the mean square error is coming out to be less in comparison to the asymmetric distribution, that is when it is following the log normal distribution. So these are the mutual comparisons. It is shown in the form of a figure that when normal distribution and log normal distribution, then how the minimum mean square error behaves. From here we see that as the sample size increases, the mean square error, the minimum mean square error is less in comparison to the situation when the n was equal to 30. And when the distribution become log normal, then so these are the two curves. So log normal distribution, when we considered, the mean square error increases. Similar pattern has been observed for this situation also. This is for varying value of the variances of the measurement error, and this is also the similar kind. And here in this case we find out the ratio n means here we try to find out the ratio of the mean square error when there is measurement error and when there is no measurement error. So this ratio is found to be less than 1. It means that when the measurement error is present, it is never better than the case when there is no measurement error. This is the situation when it follows the normal distribution, and this is the similar situation when it follows the log normal distribution. distribution. So it has been observed that there is a significant difference in the variance or the mean square error of the estimators which are considered over here for the comparison in presence of measurement error following normal distribution as well as when they follow log normal distributions. And from the figures, it is also clear that the mean square error of the proposed class of estimator is less when the measurement error follows normal distribution symmetric case, and when the measurement error follow log normal distribution, that is the skewed case for all combinations of the selected parameters. It is also observed that when the correlation is negative, that is, it is lying in this interval, the ratio n is less than 0.5. However, when it is lying in the toward the positive side, the value increases for the majority of the combination of the parameters. So a similar kind of things has also been noticed for the log normal distribution. Therefore, it is concluded that the measurement error, if it is present, then it should not be ignored, or it should not be the data should not be used for the analysis before treating it first for the case of measurement error, because we have seen it has a severe impact, and the inference drawn based on those data without
already over. Please
yeah, it is. So it is concluded that the measurement error should be taken seriously, and it should be treated before processing the data for the analysis further. So these are the references, some references that has been used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone want to ask any questions? Okay, thanks for the nice presentation, ma'am. So yeah, so,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So next present, actually we are running out time.
Yeah, I can understand.
Yes. So I request Dr. Sumit Kumar to present point and interval estimation of generalized process capability index through classical and Bayesian estimation methods. So please complete within like 6 to 8 minutes. Other presenter also will present. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Please start. Yeah.
Please confirm, sir. Is my screen visible to you all?
It is coming up. Yes. Now it is visible. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can.
So, good afternoon to all of one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Sumit Kumar, the Assistant Professor, Mathematics Department at Central University, Mohali. This is the this is the topic of my talk. That is the point and interval estimation of generalized process capability index through classical and Bayesian estimation methods. So these are the contents which I have to discuss here. Introduction, we have to discuss about the process capability index and some basic things about SQC. Then we have to discuss about the index of CPY, generalized process capability index, using some specific distribution that is generalized, that is linear distribution, Akash and accelerometer distribution we have considered here. And for the estimation purpose, we have considered both classical and Bayesian method. And in the classical, we have used maximum likelihood estimation, least square and weighted least square methods, and maximum product spacing method, that is MPSC. And for the interval estimation, we have used a bootstrap confidence interval here. And for the Bayesian estimation, we have considered the Metropolis Hastings algorithm using the accept reject method. Then we have considered the simulation discussion to validate the theory. And we have considered also 2 data sets here and then conclude. So let's start with the basics of the, we can say SQC. So as we know that this is nothing but the collection of strategies and techniques and action taken by an organization to ensure that they are producing good quality product. And basically it has mainly 2 parts, that is a statistical process control and product control. While in product control, we control the quality of a product by critical examination at a strategic point, and it can be achieved through the some sampling inspection plan. Okay, and in process capability index, or you can say process control, statistical process control, we control the quality, or we can say our aim to control the quality of a manufacturing product by using different statistical tools and technique. Or in SPC, we want to ensure that the proportion of defective item is not excessively large. Then and it can be achieved through the that is a quality control, that is a statistical process control, process capability index, sorry. So process capability index is nothing but the, you can say, the ratio of the process specification and the manufacturing specification, or you can say it allows ones to quantify how well a process can be can produce acceptable products. So there are several measures available in the literature for related to this species. That is we can say that that is the first one was CP, that was given by Juran 1974. It considers only the process mean but not consider the standard, would consider the process standard deviation but not consider the mean. To overcome this difficulty, Kane gave the another measure that consider both the process mean and standard deviation but not consider the target value. That's the independently Hastings and 85 and Chan et al. 1988 gave to another measures that consider all these threes. Then the third generation PCI was given by the Pan et al. 1992, that is CPYK, and this was the generalized measure by which we can get the all the three defined measure earlier here. So all these measures are we can say they are related to the when the process we have normally distributed. But if the process is not normal, then they can mislead us and give the wrong information. So on the behalf of these claimant 1989, Gilchrist 1993, and Johnson et al. 1974, and the Mukherjee 1995 gave another measures as parallel to these previously defined measures. Okay, and these all the for non-normal processes. But our focus in this research, in this study, that is process capability index (CPY), that was given by Methi et al. 2010, and it may be applied for both the process when the process is discrete or continuous, or you can say the process is normal or non-normal. And the measure that is given by equation 1, that is just a ratio of the proportion of conformation and the proportion of desired conformance, where this F is nothing but the cumulative distribution of particular distributions. So we have to measure this this measure by using some specific distribution. So first one we have used here, that is linear distribution, and the PDF and CDF of this distribution are given equation 2 and 3. So for this distribution with the generalized process capability index, we have given equation 4. So by using the CDF function, we can get this measure specifically. So for the estimation purpose of this one, we have first used the maximum likelihood estimation, and everyone knows how to calculate the MLE of that distribution. And the Gitani et al. 2008 already given the MLE for this linear distribution, that is given equation 6. Now by using the invariance property, we have applied, we can get the MLEs of the CPY, that is given equation 7. Now for the similar pattern, we can get the LSE and WLSE and maximum product specific method by estimate of these methods in given equation 8, 9, and 10 respectively. Then using the same procedure, we have to follow, we have to get the estimates or process capability index CPY for the X gamma distribution. The PDF and CDF are given equation 12 and 11, 12, and the process capability index for the particular X gamma distribution are given equation 13. Then the to get the MLE for this X gamma distribution, we have used some we can say the R packages, like we can use NLMX like Optim or some other methods will be there. By using those methods, we have get the MLEs of the parameter used in this distribution, and using those parameters, we can get the MLE of this CPY under X gamma distribution, that is given equation 16. Now the respectively LSE, WLSE, LMPSC estimates are given equation 17, 18, 19. And the index for the X gamma distribution we have also considered here, that the PDF and CDF are given equation 20 and 21, and the corresponding we can say the generalized process capability index, that is CPY equation given equation 22. Now for the this one also we have used some numerical packages to get the MLEs, and that is given equation 24. Then we have used the LSE and WLSE also. Those estimates are given equation 25, 26, and 27 respectively. Now to get the, these were all for the point estimation. Now we have to get the interval estimation. So for this we have used bootstrap method, yeah, and everyone I think know that about this. And this is the resampling technique that was given by from 1979. There are some other developments are there that you may see in the from 1982 and whole 2013, in which we have to get some we have to take some samples from the corresponding distribution, and using that distribution, using that sample, we have to calculate the those estimated method whichever we have used, that is MLE. After getting the MLE, we use this sample and we generate resamples from that sample, and we will get the bootstrap samples that is given by x1 star, x2 star, and xn star respectively. And from these bootstrap samples, we have to calculate the bootstrap MLEs also of the considered parameter psi, we can say, and the corresponding MLE of the CPY also, that is given by CPY hat star of CPY. And
Please conclude by 2 minutes.
Okay, sir, thank you. So in this also we have considered the Bayesian estimation method, and we have used here gamma priors and some loss function, that is the square error loss function here. And the posterior densities we have we have given here, that is equation 29, the 30 and 31 respectively with respect to their distribution Lindley, Akash and X gamma estimation. So these are the we can say posterior density, and it can be given equation 32, 33 and 34. Now, as we know, these were the in the integration form, then you have to use some integration method like MH algorithm to solve these functions. So we have used here to get the samples. We have generated the full condition densities, that is given equation 35, and respective estimates of under self loss function using this that is estimate of the CPY Lindley, Akash and X gamma with respect to equation 36, 37, 38. And we have calculated the interval estimates by using the BOA package in R, that is by using the theory of Chen and Sao 1999. And after simulation study, we have get that the MLE linear distribution perform better in the this we can say in simulation study. And in case of bootstrap method, student T bootstrap gives the least MSE as compared to other estimators, or we can say average weights. Okay, and MPSC gives the better performance as compared to other classical method of estimations. So here also MH gives the least average risk as compared to other in case of Lindley gives the least average risk as compared to other distributions. And in case of data analysis, we have considered two data sets, that is Gitani 2008 and the second one is the Zima et al. 1998. And these were the descriptive statistics for the considered data sets. We have given table 1. In table 2, we have given the goodness of fit table and considered distribution, in which we can see that the case statistic is large in less as compared to the their respective distribution with the enough large p-value. And the estimates of different classical methods we have given here, that is MLE, LSE, and with respect to the CPY. And the data set for the bootstrap methods, we have for the both the data sets, we have given equation table 4, given in table 4, and the Bayes estimates are given in table 5. After concluding, in the conclusion, we have seen that we have considered simulation and boot data analysis method, and which we found that the MPSC in classical methods give the least MSE as compared to other methods, and student T performs better as compared to other bootstrap methods, where MH algorithm, you can say the Bayesian estimation perform better as compared to the classical methods. So at last, we can say that the if researchers proceed perform effectively, the industry can use it to analyze the capability of any process distribution in further. Okay, and these are some references we have used here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sumit Kumar, for your nice presentation. So, any questions from the audience? Okay, so let us next presentation. Let us go to the next presentation. So, Dr. Rohini Pokhrel, are you there? Dr. Rohini Pokhrel?
Sir, she has not joined, sir.
Okay, so then I request Dr. G. Siva or Professor Bishtubardhan for presenting estimation of area under the ROC curve in the presence of measurement errors. Dr. G. Siva or Dr. Bishtubardhan, I saw that someone was G. Siva is online. Oh, yeah, presenting. Okay, okay. Yeah, but you are not audible. So you are not audible. I cannot hear. I don't know that other in the audience.
So now, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Start. Yeah. Please complete by 6 to 8 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Respected delegates and participants, a very good evening to one and all. Myself, G. Shiva, PhD research scholar, under the research supervision of Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan, sir, Associate Professor of Statistics, Pondicherry University, Puducherry. I would like to present my research paper entitled with Estimating the AUC of Mixture ROC curve in the presence of measurement errors. This is an outline. So this is an outline of my research paper. Introduction. In many statistical applications, we are interested in classifying the subjects into 2 or more groups, and separation between these groups is achieved through the cutoff value. So in handling such a classification problems, a receiver operating characteristics ROC plays an important role, and which is widely used for evaluating the test performance and also to compare the diagnostic test by means of its area under the curve and sensitivities. In general, to measure the diagnostic ability, we usually calculate the area under the respective ROC curves. For instance, let us take a binary classification problem. There are 2 populations, one is healthy, another one is diseased, denoted as X and Y, follows normal distribution with certain means and variances. Then Egan in the year of 1975 has defined a binormal ROC curve, is shown here, ROC of C. And while integrating this ROC expression, we'll get AUC expression, where X of C is a false positive, Y of C is a true positive. So like this, if the 2 populations follow some specific distribution, then these are some methodological developments are developed in the literature. So England in the year of 1988 has considered that the 2 populations follows exponential. Then he defined by exponential ROC curve, like that Camabile and Ratnaparg in the year of 1993 has defined by Lomax ROC curves, by generalized exponential ROC curves. Like that, many developments are came, and also the hybrid ROC curves also proposed, because so one population is following some exponential distribution and other population is following off normal distribution. These type of hybrid ROC curves are also proposed by Balaswamy and Vishnuvardhan. Now I'm going to discuss about measurement errors. So measurement errors. So measurement errors is nothing but, so it isn't just a difference between what is actually we have and what we observed. If you take the difference between these 2 values, then we get the error in measurements. So for example, let us take the height and weight of the patients, or systolic and diastolic blood pressure of children. So if you take like these measurements, so all these measurements are based on the instrument which we use and the person who is going to record the information. Due to in case if the instrument is fail, or if person is not able to record the true information, then automatically the errors are highly suspectable. So having its presence in the data so may influence the outcomes or estimates of the parameters in the model, especially in a classification problem. The summary measures called AUC will get contaminated, which means that to the AUC, the accuracy values are downwards. And these are some methodological developments in the field of measurement errors in ROC curve. So Kufrin and Sukhatam in the year of 1996 and 1997 has derived a bias corrected approximation to correctly estimate the AUC. Like in similar line, Beragi and Reiser, Kim and Glazer. So these are all some methodological developments in the field of ROC curves. So this is a motivational study. From all these methodological developments, we define our motivational study. In general, to deal with the classification problems, we need to have a knowledge on class labels. That is, the population has healthy and diseased subclasses like this. So however, there might be situations that where class labels are unknown, but still there will be need to define a classifier rule to allocate the samples into any one of the population. And also, even if we have known class labels, but there are instances that known class labels may have several subcomponents. For example, if healthy population has 2 subcomponents or diseased population has several combinations. So in such a situation, if we ignore such subcomponents in the data and proceeding in an usual manner with a binary classification, then the outcomes will be biased. So once such a subcombinations are identified, then it can be termed as a multi-class framework for which classification model can be defined. And at the same time, if the observations are measured with error, then the summary measure will automatically downwards. So while dealing with the real data set, actually we define our problem. So this is the real data set, which is the density and density cum histogram plot. The OGTT real data set oral glucose tolerance is considered here. So there are 2 class labels. One is diseased, another one is healthy. So generally, last quarter in the year of 2005 has classified that this is as a binary classification and defined some cutoff value. Through the cutoff value, the individuals are classified into diseased or healthy. But once we observe the diseased pattern of once we observe the density pattern of these entire population, the diseased population have some biomodel pattern existing. So for this, we applied EM algorithm and we identified that there are 2 components in the diseased population. Totally, this binary classification is converted into trinary classification. But ignoring these trinary classification, with ignoring these subcomponents and proceeding in a usual manner, LASCO has defined so less accuracy. So through this problem, we developed a mixture ROC model and estimated the accuracy truly. This is the methodology. So let us take the identified classes. There are three populations, subpopulations are identified, denoted as X, Y, and Z, follows normal distribution with certain means and variances. Then the expressions for the false positive and true positive in the mixture form are defined in equation 2 and 3. So using equation 4, so we obtain the expressions for C1 and C2 and substitute these C1, C2 expressions in a true positive Y of C, then we get the ROC expression, which is called a mixture ROC, two component mixture ROC form. And by integrating these ROC function, we'll get the AUC. So this is the mixture ROC curve. Now, if these measurements are measured with some error, for example, like this, if there are actual observations Xi, Yi, Zk, and with these observations are measured with some error, mu I, mu J, Vk, and gamma k, then we'll get up a new measurement, new observed observations with some error. So in such a situation, the AUC, the natural estimate of this AUC gives unbiased, gives biased results. So which can be proved using Taylor series expansion. So while dealing with this problem, we adapted the methodology called Coffin and Sukatam in the year of 1996 to estimate truly estimating these components, these true AUC components. So we developed the methodology and we obtained a approximate biases in using theta1 and theta2 cap. So from these expressions we can say that, so while estimating the B1 cap, so we are losing B1 while estimating the theta1 cap, so we are losing B1 cap of bias, and then theta2 estimating beta 2 cap, that much of information is we are losing. So finally this added these biases to the original values and we obtained the true AUC mixture AUC form, and for this we gave confidence intervals. This is the numerical illustrations. As earlier we discussed about the OGDT, oral glucose tolerance test, we consider the same data set here and estimated the parameters. So ignoring such a subcomponents in the data and proceeding in an usual manner with binormal ROC curve, then we obtain the AUC values 0.9048, which means that 90% accuracy of the data of the diagnostic test. But once we identify the subcomponents in the data and estimated truly and define two cutoff values for defining the three class for classification, then we get the accuracy 0.94, which means that ignoring subcomponents in the data, almost we are losing 4% of the accuracy we are losing. So that much of information we are going to lose here. So from our model, it shows that some significant value also for the existing values supported with the p-value. And these are the measurement values. So we have taken the original value here 0.9462 and generated a random observations from normal distribution by considering with mean 0 and variance 1.2, and we generated the random error observation and added to the original data and re-estimated the AUC. So in such a situation, when there is a measurement error is present, then the AUC automatically downwards. So actually we have 0.94 and it is downwards to 0.91. So for this, again, we developed a bias corrected approximation and correctly estimated the AUC 0.94. So we can observe that through the bias and mean square, we can say that the corrected estimator is giving better results. And these are the graphical plot of true ROC curve and measurement error ROC curve. When measurement errors are presented in the data, then the ROC curve is automatically downwards. And simulation studies, for simulation studies, there are two cases, two sets of data we have generated, set A for better classification and set B for worst classification. In these two classifications, we estimated the true values and error after adding the error, and again we calculated the theta true AUC values. So in all the true AUC values, the actual values from actual values to it is downwards to all. So for these values, again we corrected the bias corrected approximation. Again we proposed estimator as used and correctly estimated the true AUC values. These are the ROC curves for that considered sets, set A and set B, and summary. So in this work, the main aim is to address on the issue of constructing an ROC model when there exists a multi-model patterns in the known class tables. So why? Because most of the medical data sets exhibit such a patterns, and errors in measurements results inconsistent estimates and also mask the true information. So ignoring such errors, AUC of ROC will be biased downwards. For this problem, a mixture ROC model is proposed and derived a bias corrected estimator for estimating the AUC of mixture ROC model when there is a measurement error in the data. So illustrations are given using OGDT and simulation studies. So on the whole, it is always suggested that before proceeding to an ROC model or to perform the ROC curves, it is good to take a look at the density patterns of the study variables, so which will give the true accuracy of the data, and we can correctly classify the individuals. These are some selected references.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. G. Siva. So for a nice presentation and also completing in time. So from the audience, I request please ask questions if you have any doubt. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So so I request next presenter. So Dr. Gayatri R. Gayatri. Yeah, I request you to present on the title, Some Properties of Geometric Vitality Function Based on Key Records of Residual Life. Please complete by 6 to 8 minutes.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, visible. Yes.
Good evening to one and all. Myself Gayatri. I am the research scholar of Department of Statistics, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. First of all, I thank ISPS organizers for giving me such an opportunity to present in this conference. My topic of presentation is some properties of geometric vitality function based on K records for residual life, under the supervision of Dr. E.I. Abdul Sattar, Professor and Head of the Department of Statistics. Outline: Introduction. Second section deals with the GVF based on K records. Third section, we define properties of geometric vitality function based on K records, and finally conclusion. Abstract: Nair and Rajesh 2000 introduced the geometric vitality function, which explains the failure pattern of components or system based on the geometric mean of the residual life. Here we propose geometric vitality function for the residual lifetime in the context of K records. Under certain conditions, some monotone properties were established for the proposed measure. Further bounds and characterization result were obtained with respect to geometric vitality function based on K records. Introduction. Aging is considered to be one of the important phenomena in the field of reliability analysis. To measure the process of aging, Kupka and Liu established a new measure, namely the vitality function, which is given as Vy of t is nothing but expectation of y given y greater than t. This measure plays a vital role in modeling lifetime data. So that geometric mean is regarded as the most suitable average compared to other averages. Its influence on the stock market has been discussed in detail by Kaur and Thomas 2006. So based on this context, Nair and Rajesh 2000 defined the geometric vitality function for the random variable x as given in equation 1.1. It simplifies to equation 1.2. Now these are some of the works related to geometric vitality function existing in the literature. Next, the study of information measures for the distribution of a random variable can be further extended to the study of information measures of ordered random variables arising from a random sample. Ordered random variables are considered to be more informative than observations of a random sample, as they carry with them information about their actual numerical value and additional information about their ranks as well. Among the ordered random variables, records are given significant consideration due to its rare occurrences. In some real-life situations, the next highest or next lowest value of the variable under study will be given prime importance. Such a value breaking an existing highest or lowest value is called upper or lower record values. Similarly, in the share market, the lowest occurring face value of shares is a matter of concern for making investments, whereas the highest occurring face value of shares can be considered for making returns. Note that the expected waiting time to observe the next record is infinite. However, statistical inferences based on records are difficult since the records occur rarely in real-life situations. The K records introduced by Sipsila and Koposinski in 1976, which occur more frequently than the classical records, can be used to overcome this difficulty. The merits of K records have led to the extensive study of the information measures based on K records. For the theoretical and practical aspects of K records, one may refer to Asanullah 2004 and Hoffman and Balakrishnan 2004. Next, these are some of the references related to the information measures in the context of classical K records and K records. Next, looking back into the definition of K records, we can see that if we consider a sequence yi greater than or equal to 1, which is a sequence of random sample with the cumulative distribution function q and the probability density function small q, then if for a positive integer k, if we collect those observations in the sequence which occupy the kth largest position but exceeds in value for the first time the just previously recorded kth largest value, then the resulting sequence is known as the sequence of kth upper records, or simply called it as K records. Here we denote the sequence as sequence ZMK m greater than or equal to 1. for the upper K records. Now the PDF of the mth upper K record is given in equation 2.1. Similarly, we can define the lower K records for the sequence, and its PDF is given in equation 2.2. In the context of mth upper K records, we define our measure geometric vitality function for the residual life as log G U YMK of T is given in equation 2.3. So similarly, for the mth lower K record values, we have defined it as log GL XMK of T is given in equation 2.5. Now, in particular, we can say that when K equal to 1, we obtain the geometric vitality function with respect to the classical records. Next, the following lemma gives the alternative expression for the geometric vitality function on K records in terms of the expectation of the truncated gamma distributed random variable, which is given in lemma 2.1. Now, let us consider an example in which the sequence follows uniform distribution. Here we have plotted the graphs for the geometric vitality function of upper K records for varying values of sample size and likewise for the varying values of time points. In both the graphs, we can see that the measure shows an increasing nature with respect to the sample sizes as well as for the time points respectively. And from both the graphs, we can also note that we get a relation law. Geometric vitality function of the original random variable is always greater than that of the one with respect to the upper K records, which means that geometric vitality function based on K records is more preferable than the geometric vitality function based on original random variable in certain situations. Now, equation 3.1 is the which shows the relation between the geometric vitality function and the hazard rate function in the context of upper K record values, which implies that equation 3.1 implies that geometric vitality function of mth upper K records is determined uniquely by the failure rate function YMK. In the following definition, we propose a class of definitions based on the monotonicity of GVF. That is, a non-negative random variable X is said to have a decreasing or increasing geometric vitality function denoted as DGVF or IGVF if log G of T is either decreasing or increasing with respect to time points. And next theorem shows that the necessary and sufficient condition for the mth upper K record value to have increasing or decreasing class in terms of hazard rate function and is given in the following theorem. So in this example, we consider Pareto distribution, and finally we get in equation 3.2, which shows that after eliminating all the constants, finally we get into the form 1 by b plus log t. This is nothing but from here it is evident that the geometric vitality function belongs to the increasing class. Since in general geometric vitality function does not have closed form expressions, we obtain bounds through the following theorems. Equation in theorem 3.2, it gives the bounds for the geometric vitality function with respect to the upper K record values, and in theorem 3.3, it gives the bounds for the lower K record values. Case 1 and 2 deals with the upper bound and the lower bound respectively. Next, we look into the definition given by Shekhar and Chandri Kumar, which might be useful to prove the upcoming theorem. Here we have mentioned about the likelihood ratio ordering and the stochastic ordering. So based on this definition, we can show that the geometric vitality function for the mth upper K record value shows a more increasing nature for different values of m, and it is quoted in theorem 3.4. This is illustrated by considering y as a Weibull random variable, and we have plotted the geometric vitality function in the context of upper K records for varying sample sizes. From this graph, we can say that the graph shows an increasing nature for different choices of K values, although log Q inverse y is increasing in y. Next, in the following theorem, we established the monotonic nature of GVF for the mth lower K record values. So here we have illustrated it by considering x as an inverse exponential random variable and plotted the graph for varying choices of sample sizes. From the graph, it can be seen that the measure shows a decreasing nature in various choices of m, although log h inverse x is increasing in x. Next, we discuss an ordering property based on the geometric vitality function of K record. That is that the random variables y1 and y2 represents the lifetimes of two components. Then we can say that the geometric vitality function with respect to the y1 mk is less than or equal to that of the geometric vitality function with respect to the variable y2 mk. This is illustrated. And moreover, in the following theorem, we discuss the geometric vitality function based on K records between two non-negative random variables, and which is shown that it is closed under the scalar transformation, where the transformation is given like this: VIMK equal to YIMK by B. So now, making use of the following theorem and lemma from Gupta and Kirmani 1998 and Gupta and Kirmani 2008, we have shown in the Theorem 3.8 that the geometric vitality function of K records determines the parent distribution uniquely. Now, conclusion. The concept of aging has received considerable attention among the system designers because of its outstanding application in reliability engineering. At any time t, the vitality function explains the life expectancy of the system or components, whereas the geometric vitality function measures the relative performance of the system or components under consideration. In the context of residual lifetime, we have extended the concept proposed by Nair and Rajesh 2000 to the K record values. Under certain conditions, we have established monotonic properties for the proposed measure. Finally, we have obtained bounds and characterization result for the GVF of K records. These are some of the references which we have used for our work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for your nice presentation. So,
Okay.
any questions from the audience? Okay. So, thank you, ma'am. So,
okay. Thank you, sir.
Now, next presenter, I request Dr. Sudeep Joseph, estimation of size and spatial distribution of dogs in Madras Christian College campus, Chennai. So, please complete by 6 to 8 minutes. Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. Myself, Sudeep Joseph, I am a research scholar from Department of Statistics, Madras Christian College. It's a joint work with Dr. V. Haridas. And our topic is the estimation of size and spatial distribution of dogs in Madras Christian College campus. The outline of our works are first introduction, and second one objective, third one methodology, fourth one result, conclusion, reference. Okay. This is an introduction. The campus of Madras Christian College spans around 365 acres of land with huge green patches, farms, and different water bodies. The campus of Madras Christian College is having for deers, dogs, and a lot of other animals. If you walk by the campus and friendly strangers, if Thailand comes to you, you may not want to shy away from petting him. However, things have been far from ideal after the number of lockdown brought in by the pandemic. With many students vacating the hostel and moving back home, the college campus has been empty for the most part of the past year. This was quite hard for the dogs. Desperate for food, even the friendly ones started ganging up with the feral dogs to form packs and attack the deer population on campus. This is not the first time deer on the campus have been attacked by the stray dogs. In 2016 March, 2 deers on the campus have been killed by stray dogs. Also in 2014, a student died of rabies after a stray dog bit him as he was petting it. This brings in the motivation to describe the size of dog population. To describe the size of dog population, mark resite method used, and for mapping the location of dogs in the campus, spatial analysis used. This is a map of Madras Christian College, and our objectives are estimate the number of dogs in Madras Christian College campus, study its distribution and other properties, and also describe the spatial distribution of dog site across the campus. Methodology. A longitudinal study was carried out to determine the size of stray dogs in the campus. A longitudinal study is a research design that involves repeat observation of the same variable over a short or long period of times. It's often type of observational study, although it can also be structured as a longitudinal randomized experiment. In campus, estimates were made on 5 occasions approximately 1 month apart, alternating class periods. The following framework will be followed to determine the dog population. On each observation day, the sample have been collected in 2 periods on each observation day, morning and evening, and during the time which maximize the dog sighting probability. The research team will comprise the following person: 1 person exclusively photographing the dogs while maintaining a minimal distance from the dogs, and 1 making notes and other details, also marking spatial coordinate with the GPS, and 1 counting missing dogs. One major assumption is that the research team should not have interact or involvement with the dogs throughout the study period. The size of dog population is to estimate using the following estimator. This formula is proposed by Sutherland, where N1 is the total number of dogs photographed during the morning, and N2 is the total number of dogs photographed during evening, and N2 is that number of already photographed dogs found on the second occasion. These are the formula for finding the lower and upper confidence interval for, limits for the number of dogs number of dogs. For the mapping, the location of dogs in the campus spatial analysis has been used, and the analysis has been carried out using R and Python. The result in the following table discussing the sample size estimate of dogs in Madras Christian College, and the first column representing the observation day. For the estimation, we take 5 observation days. Here, column N1 represents the number of dogs photographed on the first occasion, and N2 represents the number of dogs photographed on the second occasion, and M2 represents the number of dogs rephotographed. Using the sample size formula, we have calculated the sample size, and these are the using for the formula of confidence interval. These are the confidence interval. This is a map of the graph of confidence interval. The estimated size of stray dog population varied from 19 to 27 individuals. And the following map shows the location of dog on each observation day, November 2020. By the use of spatial coordinates and the use of package leaflet, plot the map in R. And in map, 19 observations are plotted, and in some points are clubbed each other. This is because of the presence of dog in the particular area. The most of the dogs are located in near Martin Hall, Margaret Hall, Botany Tank, Zoology Department, Heber Chapel, and Bell Tower. Also at the MCC farm, dogs are located. This is the map of Madras Christian College campus showing location of dogs in each observation day in November 2021. Conclusion: the estimation of size of dog population and its spatial distribution of dogs in Madras Christian College campus is essential to make proper strategies to avoid conflict between dogs and others in Madras Christian College campus. The population was stable during the observation days. For the spatial analysis, most of the dogs are present in the food available points. From this, we conclude that if dogs get proper food, we can avoid the conflict between dogs and others. These are the references, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for quickly completing this presentation. Is very nice.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, very application oriented, real application we can see. I request audience any questions you may ask. Okay, yeah, thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I request next presentation. I request Dr. Snitadi Das. So to present the title, a study on association between the covariate and the error in semi-parametric regression model. Yeah, so you may complete by 6 to 8 minutes. Snitadi Das, Doctor. So are you there, Dr. Snitadi Das? I think you are not audible. You are not audible, and also you can yes. I can see you, but I cannot hear. I'm not sure about other audience.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
You can share your slide.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, audience. I am Snitadi Das, research scholar from the Department of Statistics, Viswabharati University, West Bengal. Today, my topic is a data-driven study on the association between non-parametric covariate and error in the semi-parametric regression model. Some preliminaries. The work is being motivated from the testing independence between covariate and random error under a non-parametric regression setup. Earlier, Thoretol and Bassetol considered the non-parametric regression model y equals to mx plus epsilon, where y is the response variable, x is the covariate, and epsilon is the random error. Mx is unknown function of x, and they estimated the unknown function mx using the Nader-Watson estimation method of kernel estimation of kernel density method, and they proposed some consistent test procedures to test the independence between x and epsilon. Furthermore, they also developed some asymptotic distributions of them under null and alternative hypothesis using the theory of degenerate U statistic. Now we would like to carry on the similar test procedure in case of a semi-parametric regression model. Why semi-parametric regression? Semi-parametric regression model possesses a long history in statistics in the fields of like econometrics, clinical trends, and biological models. Also, where the relationships between response and predictors are heterogeneous. Some of the relationships are linear and others are not functionally identifiable. In such situations, we can use the semi-parametric partial linear model. Such a model is given as y equals to x beta plus gz plus epsilon, where y is the response, x is the covariate, beta is the unknown parameter, z is another covariate with corresponding smooth function gz, and epsilon is the random error. We assume expectation epsilon given x comma z equals to 0, expectation epsilon square given x comma z equals to sigma square xz. Gz is generally a nonlinear function which is unknown. X beta constitutes the parametric part of y, and gz explains the non-parametric part of y. Z and epsilon, whether they are independent or not, we have to test it, and we assume that x and epsilon are independent to each other. Here, our null hypothesis suggests that the joint distribution of z and epsilon is the product of their respective marginal distribution functions, and the alternative hypothesis suggests that the such equality in H0 it is false. We shall proceed to test in 2 steps. First, we estimate the unknown parameter beta. Then we transform the same parametric regression model into a non-parametric one, and then we construct some testing procedures. First, we estimate beta by using the method provided by Robinson in 1988. The method is laboratory presented here. You can see here. So finally, we estimate beta as a beta hat, and we have used here Gaussian kernel in kernel density estimation. Data structure. Here it is to note that epsilon is unobservable in nature, so we cannot use the data on the joint distribution of z epsilon. Rather, it is recommended to use the data on zy because y is observable. After estimating beta, the response variable y can be transformed into another variable y star as y equals to x minus beta hat, and we obtain a non-parametric regression model. Y star equals to gz plus epsilon with a single covariate z, and epsilon is the random error. Under H0, z is independent to epsilon. That implies z is independent to any function of epsilon, say s epsilon, where s is a continuous function defined on R. So a specific kind of functions, function of epsilons must be used such that it yields a function of y star observations without the effect of G. This approach was taken by Dhor et al. And Das et al. Also. And using their approach, we consider the second order differences of the y star observations, and those act as an appropriate approximation of the second order differences of the corresponding epsilons. We consider a bivariate random sample zi yi star on the joint probability distribution of zy star. The observations on Z are ordered, and so we obtain Z order 1, Z order 2 up to Z order n, and the corresponding induced order statistics for the yi star values are y order 1 star, y order 2 star up to y order n star. So we consider the same parametric regression model as a y order star 2. We consider the second order differences y order star 2. It is to be noted that y order star 2 is same as epsilon star 2 here. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Can
Hello.
you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
You can continue. Yeah.
Here, epsilon star 2 is the second order difference of epsilon. We have constructed 3 test statistics Tn1, Tn2, and Tn3 based on z order I, y order I star 2. Tn1 is an U statistic with order of degeneracy 0, whereas both Tn2 and Tn3 are also U statistics with order of degeneracy 1. Furthermore, Tn1 and Tn2 are based upon rank, rank-based statistics based upon the measures, namely Kendall's tau and Bachmann et al.'s tau star. Tn3 is based upon distance-based measure introduced by Blumkiefer-Rosenblatt's measure D. We shall introduce the concept of contiguity here. Some relevant notations are presented here. The definition of contiguity is also presented here. Lekam's first lemma related to contiguity is also given here. Now we have to talk about the contiguous alternatives. Here, our objective is to construct some consistent test procedures. So we have to construct the contiguous sequence of alternatives. Here, HN is such a sequence of alternatives that suggests that Z and epsilon are not independently distributed. The first theorem says that HN is a contiguous sequence of alternatives under some assumptions A and B. Second one says that TNIs are consistent under H0 under some assumptions, that is TNIs converge to 0 in probability as it tends to infinity under H0. Asymptotic distributions of TNIs are also derived under HN. Root over n Tn1 minus expectation Tn1 converges weakly to a Gaussian distribution with a certain mean and variance. Those are given here also. N times Tn2 minus expectation Tn2 converges weakly to weighted sum of chi-square distribution. Also, n times Tn3 minus expectation Tn3 converges weakly to a another weighted sum of chi-square distributions. The related distributions are presented here. Now, for defined values of gamma, we have drawn the power curves of Tn1, Tn2, and Tn3 to test the null hypothesis H0 against the contiguous alternatives. That suggests the joint density function kz epsilon z is such that epsilon given z equals to z that follows the normal distribution with mean 0 and variance 1 plus 5z by 100, and z follows the standard normal distribution. The power curves the power curves of all three test statistics are also presented below in the following diagram. You can see it, and it is seen that Tn2 performs better than both Tn1 and Tn3 for the increasing value of gamma. Now we have considered a real data set named Avalon data to study the performances of Tn1, Tn2, and Tn3. Avalon is a common species of mollusk of worms. In the Avalon data, there are 4,177 observations, each having 10 variables. Among them, 9 are independent variables, and one variable is dependent, that is age. And the description is given here of the data. We have also done the scatter plot of height versus age that shows the data is almost free of outliers, and there is more or less positive linear trend within themselves. In our study, height is the parametric regressor denoted by X. Tail weight is the non-parametric regressor denoted by Z, and age is the dependent variable denoted by Y. We have considered 500 bootstrap resamples from the data and obtained the critical values of the test statistics under H0. The p-values of the test statistics are also obtained. Tn2 has the highest p-value, 0.598. That from that we can say that Tn2 gives stronger support in favor of H0.
You have more 1 minute.
Concluding remarks. Yeah. Okay. Under the same parametric regression setup, we have proposed the test statistics based on Z, Y star 2 rank-based statistics Tn1 and Tn2, and one distance-based test statistic Tn3 have been constructed. Under H0, all of them converge to 0 in probability, and also we derived their asymptotic distributions under the Hn to study their asymptotic powers. Also, one can take the kth order differences of Y and obtain test statistics based on Z, Y star K, and it is expected that under H0 all the test statistics will converge to 0 in probability, and under the same parametric setup the power curves of the test statistics are to be checked for increasing sample size as well as difference order of difference K, and their behaviors under the alternative hypothesis for different types of probability distributions, especially non-Gaussian, should be studied. Some references are given here. You can see on the screen.
Yeah, thank you, Sitadi, for your nice presentation. Yeah,
thank you, audience. If you have some question, you may ask me.
Okay. Thank you again, Sitadi, and
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome. Next, I request Dr. Prabina Kumar Meher for presenting in the title Genomic Prediction Using Bayesian and BLUP Alphabets.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Please complete by 10 minutes, 6 to 8 minutes. Please.
Is it audible? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, visible. Thank you. And yeah, you may start from the beginning.
Yeah.
You are audible also. Yeah. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present my work. And I also thank my director of IASRI for allowing me to present my work in this esteemed conference. So the title of my talk is Genomic Predictions Using Bayesian and Blob Alphabets, a Comparative Analysis. So the phenotypic data, the phenotypic trait of any individuals are always governed by the the genetic traits as well as the interactions of the genotypes with the environments. So any point of time we can predict the phenotypic values of any traits of any individuals by manipulating its genetic data as well as the interactions of the genotypes with the environments. So genomic selections is one such technique where we can predict the phenotypic trait of any individual. It may be milk yield of an animals, it can be the yield of rice or wheat or maize. So we can predict those traits by targeting its genome, by targeting its whole genome. So this technique came into effect because there are a number of traits. Either these traits, some of the traits are qualitative in nature and some of the traits are quantitative in nature. Qualitative in nature in the sense those traits are governed by few genes and with each genes having a larger effect on their traits. However, when some traits are governed by many genes, that is a complex traits. For example, the yield traits of rice, it is not easier. It is controlled by thousands of genes with each gene exhibiting a very small effects on their traits. So there are other techniques to enhance the prediction, to enhance the yield of the trait of as well as the rice or wheat or maize is concerned. But in those studies, they are targeting the markers which are affecting the yield traits. But also the disadvantage of those methods, they are not targeting the markers which have very less effects. So genomics prediction is an alternative to those tools. Those are accounting only the effects of the larger genes or major genes. However, genomic predictions on the other hand take into account the effect of all the genes for predicting the trait value. So as far as the genomic predictions accuracy is concerned, it depends upon several factors, such as the heritability of the traits, whether the trait is highly heritable or it is not. Again, the density of the marker, that means the genome-wide marker, how many markers are there, the size of the training populations which you are using, as well as the method you are using for prediction purpose. So in this study, our objective is to comprehensively evaluate the performance of 9 different methodologies that are most commonly used for the prediction of genomic values. And those methodologies can be broadly categorized into 2 groups. Those are Bayesian groups and another is blob groups. And these 2 groups are mainly different in respect of their assumptions of the marker effects. Marker, I mean to say that gene you can say, marker means is a gene you can say. So in the blob methods, it is assumed that all the markers have equal effects and each of the marker has certain effects on the traits. But in the Bayesian approach, it is assumed that not all the markers are responsible for the trait, but few markers are responsible for the traits. These are the only difference between the Bayesian approach and the blob approach. Blob is the Bayesian linear. Blob is the best linear unbiased prediction, that is used, the term used in case of prediction of the variance components. So genomic blob means best linear unbiased prediction using the genomic data, actually, where you are using not the phenotypic data, but the genotypic data. The model you can write y is equal to zg plus epsilons. The y is the phenotypic traits, z is the marker data, and g is the genotypic effect of that markers. And since they are random effects, they are following certain distributions, and those are multivariate normal distributions, since this is a multivariate case. And G is the genotypic relationship matrix. That is the relationship among the individuals with which we are going to train the model, or we are going to estimate the effects of that markers. So those are SNP data, single nucleotide polymorphism data, and those are numerically they are denoted by 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2, 0 and 2 are those are the homozygous, and 1 represent the heterozygous data. So, and the W prime by gamma, this gamma is nothing but this PK, K is equal to 1 to P, PK represents the proportions of the reference allele of the kth marker. There are P markers, and this is the sum, this is a normalizations of the genotypic data, nothing else. And similarly, another method is extended G block. Extended G block, it is an improvement over the G block, where in the G block only one G, that is only the additive genetic effect of individuals is accounted. But in the extended G block model, not only the additive genetic effects, but also the interactions between the marker and marker interactions are also accounted, which can be captured by using the Hotspot matrix by Hotspot product of the genomic relationship matrix between the individuals. And the ridge regression block, it is similar to the genomic block only. The results are almost same between the ridge regression block, only the method of estimation there is a little different, but they are going to produce the same results. So the next case is the Bayesian regression model. So this is the general equations for the Bayesian regressions model. Y is equal to mu plus xj beta j plus ul, and x is the design matrix for that effects. Bj, it can be either a random effects or it can be a fixed effects. But if you want to account the effects of the environments or the effects of the individuals, effects of the genotypes, then those effects can be considered as a fixed effects, and the effects of the markers are mostly the random effects. And the estimations, the likelihood function can be written in such a way, and by the prior density in the Bayesian estimations, the main target is to estimate the posterior by taking some of the prior distributions. So each of these parameters have certain prior distributions, and based on the prior density, we estimate the posterior distributions. So different Bayesian block have different prior density functions, and there are different parameters. So as far as Bayesian A is concerned, it is a scale T distributions, Bayesian B is scale T mixture distributions, Bayes C is a Gaussian mixture distributions, and Bayesian lasso is a double exponential distribution. These are the priors, and posteriors can be estimated by following all these mathematical details. So I'm not going to discuss all the mathematical details, the joint distributions function and marginal the posterior estimations. Rather, I will focus on the estimations with the real data. So as far as the real data set is concerned, we have taken 3 different data sets, that is Huich, Mage, and Barley, and this data set has been the benchmark data sets, and it has been extensively used in the literatures. So in 3 cases, there are the number of genotypes. Genotypes is the number of individuals, the number of plants, 599, 264, 307. And the last column denotes the marker, 1279 markers, that is 01. It is a DAT marker. That means which represents the presence and absence of a certain allele. Allele is the general form of the gene, allele. And similarly, in the Mage dataset, there are 2,544 markers, and this -1 and 1 denotes the homozygous, and 1 represents the heterozygous. It can be denoted any other way, 0, 1, 2, or you can use -01. Those are the similar things. The variability will going to be the same. In the Barley datasets, those marker datasets in the form of the 4 nucleotides, adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosines. And there are phenotypic traits. In the Wheat dataset, there are 4 phenotypic traits corresponding to the yield in 4 different mega environments. And the Image dataset, there are 2 traits, that is the grain yield in case of drought as well as in case of water. And in the Barley, there are 3 different traits, that is protein content and ergosterol content and the taste weight of the seed.
You have 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we follow the tenfold cross validations, and these are the accuracy of the model. So here you can see that in most of the cases, the extended G block perform the better accuracy as compared to the other methods, almost in all the traits with few exceptions. So that's maybe the reasons that here both additive genetic effect as well as the additive interactions effects are accounted. Also, we simulated the data sets with different sample size, different heritability, and different marker density. And we simulated the data, the individuals, we simulated the n individuals, and we assumed that those individuals are the relations are in descending order, the genetic relatedness are in descending order. So one can simulate the data, you can put the genomic the relationship matrix in this order. That means in general the between ith and jth individual, which are t individual parts, that relations is denoted by theta t. However, the theta will be provided by the users. So here we consider the first order autoregressive model, that genetic relatedness. And similarly, for simulating the marker effects, we simulate it from the single standard normal distribution for each marker, and they were together by also keeping in mind that the correlations between the individual, the genetic relatedness. So in that way, and also the proportions of the genotypes in those data, that homozygous 1:2:1. That means 1 is the homozygous and 1 is the homozygous and 2 is the heterozygous. 25, 50, and 25% of the markers are homozygous, heterozygous, and homozygous respectively. So after simulating that marker data, we also simulated the phenotypic data by using those marker data. And here we follow a simple model, mixed model, to simulate that phenotypic data. And we assume that the phenotypic traits are controlled by only the 10% of the markers. Those are the causal variants, or you can say quantitative trait loci, and the 90% are not that much contributing to the traits. So these are all, and by taking different behavior, these are all assumptions that genotypic data and the random error thus follows normal distribution. These are all assumptions. So when we plot the genomic prediction accuracy, and we measured the genomic prediction actually in the terms of the correlations between the observed phenotypic value and the estimated phenotypic values by using both blob and Bayesian alphabets. And you can see that when the heritability is much higher, when the increase the heritability, the genomic prediction accuracy is much higher. And we can also see that that extended G blob, which accounts both additive genetic effect as well as the additive interactions effects, the accuracy is much higher as compared to the other G blob and other Bayesian estimation technique. And when we plot the bias in the estimations, then by regressing the observed phenotypic values with the estimated phenotypic values, if the regression coefficients is very close to 1, then that method is likely to be mostly unbiased. And when we plotted the data in a 10 cross validation, we can see that the G blob and C blob methods, the bias are very close to 1. So you can see that even though the extended G blob is achieved higher accuracy as far as the genomic prediction accuracy is concerned, but the G blob method is least biased among all the considered method. It is also seen that with the increase in the heritability of the traits, the biasness also is going to decline. And we also found that these methods are highly correlated, all these methods, except that super blob, which is also producing the less accuracy as compared to the other all the methods. And thank you. That's all. Thank you. Maybe any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you. So you have been, you did not show any references?
Yeah, I forgot that, sir.
Okay, it's fine. So yeah, from the audience, any questions? Okay, so we have already run out the time, so there will be a valedictory function, but we have the last presenter. I am not sure whether Dr. Devendra Kumar, are you going to present inference for modified linear distribution? Devendra Kumar, Dr. Devendra Kumar. So
not yet joined, sir.
Okay, so then I think no one else for this session to present.
Yes.
Yeah, so I actually very much pleased to see that the presentation is very good, and all the presenter, I thank you and congratulate.
Thank you all, sir, and
yes.
thank you so much, sir, Isps Das sir,
Thank you
for
very much.
chairing this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll join the validatory function. I think it will be started, or it has started.
So yeah, it's going to start now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Jayashree madam. Professor Jayashree. Aishapatik?
Yes, sir.
I think you have come from a different session, right? Like that.
Yes. I have from B hall B to hall A. I joined.
Okay. I think there are some sessions still going on. I think.
Okay, maybe, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Still session going on, sir. In CND going on, sir.
Oh, CND still going on.
Yes, sir.
So just in 2 minutes, company is going to come online.
Okay.
What Dr. Ispatik does?
Hello, sir. Good evening.
How are you? Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Okay.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Swaran. Yeah, morning you didn't come as Ispatik for the award ceremony. It seems you are not there. Maybe you are having class.
Yes, sir. Today Sunday, but I had some other institution that asked me to some FDB program. So
Okay.
yes, sir.
What happened that agriculture college? Have you discussed with Lavanya?
No, sir. I will discuss next week. Last 2 weeks I had some other assignments.
Yeah. Before going, you please inform so that I put a word to her.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So I thought some research proposal. So I'll discuss it.
Professors.
Yeah. Good evening, madam. Good evening, madam.
Good evening, madam. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, madam. Good evening.
What, brother Malik?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Yes. Now I'm watching and observing all things from home.
Oh,
but your background, there is some change in your background.
No, background actually I'm at home now.
Yeah, that's why
I'm
the
at
doors
home.
are open.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ishpatik looks like he is in some stars galaxy.
Yeah. This is virtual background, sir. I was also at home.
Yeah, I think you are in somewhere in the stars. I saw.
So he himself is a star, no?
Okay.
Oh, sir, I'm a student.
You are a student of IIT.
I'm student of sir, all respected sir. I'm just student, sir. All others are my teacher respected. Professor Sumesh Kumar, all others. Professor Balakrishna sir.
I am very happy that Dr. Koduri Srinivas watching all the events of our ISPS.
Very kind of you to have included me, sir.
I think he attended all the sessions.
Yeah, all the sessions. Very nicely.
Dr. Srinivasan is based in Hyderabad now?
Yes, sir. I do have 2 or 3 major assignments. Sometimes I be expected to go out of Hyderabad also. But mostly these are stories of parallel processing. Then you're dealing with the Internet of Things, standards for IEEE. Then again, coming back, we do have certain problems that Professor Pandit sir has left behind. We need to calculate the eigenvalues for them. Eigenvectors we have already solved, but the eigenvalue problem has remained tough. He has got 8 such transforms. Somesh Kumar sir is from IIT Kharagpur. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Professor Pandit was with IIT Kharagpur in the early 60s, sir.
Who was
Good evening to all. Professor Narahari Pandit. Then Professor Bhattacharya.
Yes.
Professor Bhattacharya was my examiner.
Yes.
Professor S.N. Pandit, S.N. Narahara Pandit.
Yes, sir. Shall we start,
Yeah,
sir?
actually,
Whether all the halls are free now? I mean, other sessions are over? Yeah.
All are.
What about D? Hall D?
I mean, we need to confirm some session chairs, sir.
Yeah, please ask Professor Krishna Reddy. He was there in section D, Hall D.
It is completed, sir.
Okay, then fine. Then fine. Yeah. Okay.
Krishna, the brother.
Professor Reddy garu, good evening.
Good evening, good evening. Elangovan, how are you?
Yeah, fine, sir. Tomorrow is NAC accreditation. Tomorrow on 14, 15, 16. Visit our university.
Oh, Annamala University. You are all going to busy.
14, 15, and 16. 3 days.
So
we are in the department.
Venkatesh has to present.
Yeah, Venkatesh has to present.
Did Krishna Reddy is there or he left? I think he left. Oh. Krishna Reddy, good evening. Krishna Reddy, good.
Oh, he's there.
Namaskar, sir. Srinivas here. Krishna Reddy, sir.
Yeah.
Student.
Srinivas, hello, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Yeah.
Yeti Krishna Reddy garu ela unnaru?
Yeah, I am fine, and by end of this month, I am
planning to.
Yeah, and I may go to join my son in mid of May.
Oh, Austin. Okay. Yeah. Austin, Houston. Both are you are going.
Yeah, at both places, and
so you are not giving a chance to them to come back to Hyderabad and stay with you, and so you are planning to go.
No. They came.
I see. Next month,
My son came in December, January.
Okay, next month BLSP is planning to go. BLSP.
Okay.
He told me that today afternoon that
I am going purely on my family.
Yeah, I know that.
Academic.
Flights and other things, scheduled logistics are worked out, sir.
What, Srinivas?
Flight details and logistics are worked out.
I don't understood.
Flight, you are going.
Yes, yeah. My from 27th onwards now all flights will be operational.
Okay.
So yeah, he has not booked the ticket. He is about to book the tickets.
Fine, sir.
Yeah.
So from now onwards, I will be 50% months there and 50 months here.
Oh, that's good, sir. Do you get to see other people, sir? Your senior colleagues like SS sir, Surendra Naidu sir, and
Yes. Yeah.
Where are they, sir?
Recently, Hargopal arranged a meeting with Surendra Naidu and Srinivas.
Okay.
And also most of your contemporaries, Bhanumurthy, Jayanti, and about 20 people joined in that Zoom meeting.
Okay. Ramna, Rahul, all these people would also have been part of
Yeah.
Also is there?
Yeah.
All sessions are over?
Yeah. Bhattacharya, yes, my session finished by 4:40.
I think then everything is over, I believe.
Yeah. Sir, I think it can be started.
Shall we start, sir? Yeah, I think so.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to all the dignitaries and one and all. It is my great privilege to invite all the dignitaries onto the dais. First, I would like to invite Professor N. Balakrishna Sir, Senior Professor, ISPS President, Department of Statistics, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Cochin, Kerala. Sir, please occupy the chair. Next, I would like to invite Professor S.C. Malik Sir, ISPS General Secretary, Department of Statistics, Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana. Sir, please occupy the chairs. Next, I would like to invite Professor P. Rajshekhar Reddy Sir, Honorary President, ISPS, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, AP. Now, I would like to invite Professor G. Jayashree Madam, Department of Statistics, Osmania University Convener, ICSDS 2021 and Vice Principal, UCS. Ma'am, please take over the seat, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. N.C.H. Bhattacharyalu, Head Department of Statistics, OU, Organizing Secretary, ICSDS 2021. Sir, please occupy the chair. Now, I am requesting Professor N. Balakrishna Sir. Sir, please preside over the function, sir.
Sir, please unmute. Sir, please unmute.
Please unmute yourself. No, I repeat. So I see a lot of smile on the faces of Professor Jayashree and Dr. Bhattacharyalu. Now, so they have been under stress and tension during the last, I think 3-4 days actually. So now there seems to be a lot of relief on them. Good. So I think my hearty congratulations to both of you and also your colleagues in the Department of Statistics, Osmania University, for your wonderful work, nicely coordinated and well prepared and well planned. And I think I just want to also mention that the technical group you have hired, they are wonderful. They have done very nice. I don't know whether anybody is there now listening to us. They have done wonderful job. There is no hitch anywhere. Everything was very well planned. Good. I think I should congratulate you for choosing such a very nice, organized people. Good. And also take this opportunity to thank the Osmania University for giving all the or sparing all the facilities to conduct this program nicely. And also I think I thank all the executive committee members and associate executive committee members for their cooperation throughout the program. And especially today's this award function. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Rajshekhar Reddy, Dr. Neha Garg, and Dr. Venkateshan and other people who have coordinated the program very well in preparing the citations and certificates and all those things. Everything went on very well, just like camera finish kind of things. So I'm really happy that I'm heading an organization where a lot of committed people are there who are always with us for all sorts of help and cooperation. Thank you very much. And I think I invite some of the delegates to share their experience who have attended the proceedings during the last 3 days. Some tips or some comments about the program coordination, which will help the organizers as well as the ISPS in the future coming conferences.
Yeah, shall I say something? I'm Somesh Kumar here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would like to congratulate ISPS, the entire ISPS organizing body for really handling it well. And the first thing is that starting from the initial brochure and the announcement of the conference, people are always in touch with us so that we submit the papers and our abstracts and everything very timely. And then the planning of or the scheduling of the talks is also excellent, including the endowment lectures and plenary lectures and all. And second thing I would say that the Department of Statistics of the Osmania University, they were really punctual. Like I received phone calls. They have put some volunteers there. Before every session, actually, they are calling and informing that your talk is there. so that, I mean, there is no technical difficulty or person is absent due to some reason. So I think this really calls for a big thank you to all, and big, you can say, shout out to all of them for this excellent effort actually. Over the years, the Indian Society for Probability and Statistics has actually become the biggest organization of statisticians in India. And for that also, I must thank the senior functionaries like Professor Rajshekhar Reddy. In fact, he has taken the role of a guardian of this society, so that, I mean, he is actually able to attract the people from all parts of the country. I mean, I have seen the participants, they are from all over India. So no institution is left out, like we have, like IIT Kharagpur, Indian Statistical Institute, which are already there, but they are covering even colleges and various universities in North India, in western part of the country, and all other parts also. So slowly it has grown big, and I must appreciate the efforts of all the organizers. I am just, my prediction is that in the next 5 years, this will cover even much bigger. I mean, that your membership numbers may become a double of this, and maybe some sort of publicity in the sense of sending the brochures and all, so that the young researchers, and in fact the people who actually participate, each of them, they can request, I mean, or they can inspire their own students or other people to become life members of ISPS. I think that will give a big boost to the visibility. I mean, like now I'm going to ask all my students to actually, my former students and the present students, to become members. And likewise, I would request all the dignitaries and other people to say that, do the same thing. I think the base will increase much, and it will be really a good thing for statistics in India. Thank you.
So that's where, hello, that's where we are planning a pre-convention workshop for life members. Pre-convention workshop for life members. So when it means life members, so in the before the conference there will be a convention. So that's why it attracts many scholars to become life members. Okay. So
speak, sir.
Anybody else would like to? Maybe,
yes, sir.
Briefly,
I am Professor Ilangovan from Annamalai University, sir. First of all, I thank all organizing committee members, especially Professor Jayashree, other members of the Osmania University, for conducting this ISPS 2021. So I want to place on record, the link for each session is given well in advance, and also the presentation session for the contributing speakers is accommodate all the speakers, and I really thankful to the effort made by the organizing committee members. And another thing is, the first ISPS president, Professor Sankar Narayan, from basically from Annamalai, the department jointly with the mathematics statistics. Now it is separated now. So on behalf of the former president also, we are all the scholars in our department and other staff also listening all the important session. So in my conclusion, I thank all the organizing committee members, especially Professor Balakrishna, Professor Digaru, and also the convener of the conference, Professor Jayashree, for giving an opportunity to thank, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Prakash Ram here.
Oh, okay, sir.
First of all, I would like to again congratulate the Society, Indian Society of Probability and Statistics, for an excellent job. This is within a span of 6 months, they did it twice. So this is remarkable, and I congratulate them. And the wide coverage of subjects that are there, that itself is a miracle here. But I think, in fact, I feel that pandemic has helped us in some way, because several people could participate in this through the webinars. Whereas if you say you need funds for travel and so on, not many could have participated.
Right.
In that way, this is a blessing in disguise. So, and of course, it's always nice to come to a convention and a conference, meet other people in person, get to know and talk to them. That's very important. but in the present circumstances, we couldn't do it. But then it still was helpful. And I have seen, in fact, I have been very busy with so many webinars sitting at home. And so this is what is happening. And of course, the society, in fact, I don't know, several of you, I have met Professor Shankar Narayanan in 1976. I went to a conference which he conducted, and at that time he didn't start this society, but then he had the ideas, and I was traveling with him for some time over the years, and I did attend. He had a sort of workshop in Annamalai for about 3 weeks on stochastic process and inference. So I went there, and I remember his hospitality, typical South Indian style. And then over the years, the society has grown so much. Delhi, probably, and in those days we didn't have many people, but now it has grown from strength to strength, thanks to the efforts of all the people in the committee, and Professor Rajasekhar Reddy, Professor Balakrishna, Professor Malik, and all the colleagues here and there. And I'm happy, and of course, I'm especially happy to be in part of this society because you have honored me with this award. And that itself is my association with you, establishes our interest in these things. And I again congratulate the colleagues at Osmania University, Professor Jayasri and Professor Bhattacharya of Osmania University, and all the colleagues at ISPS for an excellent program that has been arranged and conducted. Thank you.
Professor Rashek Reddy, you have to say a few things about the conference proceedings.
Okay. I am very happy to say a few words on this valedictory function occasion. Actually, earlier we used to organize only 3 days conference earlier. Last time, when Professor Jamlamadka Srinivas Rao has arranged, asked her to do it 1 day workshop for the scholars at Bhubaneswar. From that date, we have decided that every time before conference, we'll have pre-convention workshop, which we have done it. And this award ceremony also, because of the many awards, I thought of taking much time at the time of the inaugural function, so that we thought of doing separately this one. That also happened, these two. And now the organizers, every day I used to talk with Jayasri in the evening or even night, 11 o'clock. Also she used to make calls and discussing with me. Somebody is not there, so that, okay, I will do it like chairing the session or this dropping session like that. So, and Bhattacharya is also in touch with me. And well in advance, we have fixed this workshop audio resource persons, so that all the 9 speakers which they have delivered on first day, and the remaining sessions are also now really went on well. So I am really appreciating Jayasri and Bhattacharya and their team. Hope BLS Prakash Ram has mentioned that within 6 months we have done September and March, this one, 2 conferences, that is 40th and 41st. Sir, apart from that also, last time while organizing that Shankar Narayan endowment lectures, they have donated 5,22,000 rupees, 3 lectures. And now recently, last month, we got another donor, M.M. Deshpande Memorial Prize, for which we have received 2.5 lakh. And now we are hoping, confident that because of Professor N. Pandit, there may be now people are ready to donate some money in the name of him and instituting a endowment lecture. So the society is now almost 9 endowment lectures are there to strengthen this one and some type of activities. So I am very happy now the life membership has crossed more than 1,650. With this conference, yesterday also I have received some 4 or 5 members. Maybe another 10 days I am going to get some more members. I am very happy that now slowly our ISPS is spreading throughout all over at India and abroad level also. So I am once again, I am grateful to all the speakers, plenary speakers, and executive members, associate executive members for their full cooperation in organizing this event in a befitting manner. So I also congratulate Bhattacharyalu and Jayashree and their team for the successful organization. So thank you. Thank
you. Okay.
I just have one small comment to make, sir. Can I
Sure,
speak?
sir. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you for granting me an opportunity, sir. First, the organizers have done a fantastic job. I compliment the society organizers, including your good self. Then, of course, from the Osmania University, Professor Jayashree Madam, Professor Bhattacharyalu Garu, they have been, a phenomenal, inspiration for everybody here. Professor Hargopal and so many others are also there who actually were instrumental in bringing a lot of people from the SSN and Pandit's students team. But coming to the point, what I thought I would share with you people is, you are now having the required quorum and you are going great guns. In IEEE, what we do is we have a PhD for a scholars forum where, before they come to the conference, they have an opportunity to meet once or twice, get it reviewed, and then actually come to the conference better prepared. So such kind of discussions, if they are facilitated, they will be great, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for granting me an opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. Yes, Srinivas Rao Garu.
Yeah.
Okay. If not, I think invite Professor Malik to say a few remarks.
Yes. Now, very good evening to all of you, and it is a time to say a few words about the organizers. Really, I am very much impressed with the organizers, particularly Professor Bhattacharyalu, Professor Jayashree. They did very hard work to make each and every event successful. And we did not face any problem technically and manually. Whenever we asked them to arrange any session or any program, they were always ready to manage all these things well in manner. And they did it. Really, I appreciate their efforts from very beginning of this conference, and they are trying to make this event successful since last many months, maybe because of some problems due to COVID-19. Now I can say that really they deserve for the congratulation. So I congratulate the organizers for sparing your valuable time. I congratulate the university for giving an opportunity to conduct this event, this international event, with the joint convention of ISPS. So on the other hand, I also thank all the committee members of ISPS, live members of ISPS, for contributing in one way or the other. And the credit goes to our leader, Dr. Professor Balakrishna, Professor Bala.
Thank you.
Really, you deserve for this. And we, under your noble leadership, we are always ready to work hard as and when you do so. The credit also goes to Professor Reddy, who was untiring. He was always ready to spare time without any hesitation and without any burden or without any. He is always ready to spare time. Really. So we salute you, Professor Reddy. We salute you. And what I observed, there is no doubt that we are conducting this conference at Osmania University, Hyderabad, after a 5 or 6 month gap. And the conference was the prior conference was also conducted through the online mode, which was also a remarkable conference. But this time, this conference somehow cannot be considered as less as the previous one. So really, I did not face any type of problems on the part of the organizers. So many speakers, eminent speakers, presented their contribution in terms of good research work, good findings, and I think about 200 research papers have been presented during these 3 days, and it was not very easy to accommodate all these to about 200 research papers, to invite all such speakers, and every time the problem was not in a position to say a few words against the organizers. Really, they did very well work, and I appreciate the steps. I congratulate the organizers, and I hope that the time will come when they will be ready to conduct this conference physically, I hope. And at that time, we will enjoy their food, their hospitality physically. And I invite the organizers, the ISPS members to come Rohtak, Haryana, MDLC Rohtak. They are always welcome with us. They are always welcome. And I am ready to spare my time in the interest of the ISPS. Whenever you feel like so, then you are free to contact me at any time. So thank you all of you, and congratulations, best wishes to the entire ISPS community, and congratulations to the organizers. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Satish or Professor Srinivas Rao? Before leaving the task to Professor Jayashree and Dr. Tajarilu.
Say two words, Balakrishna.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah. At the onset, I congratulate the President of ISPS, Honorary President Professor Rajshekar Reddy and other executive members, as well as the organizing committee, Professor Jayashree Bhattacharyalu and their team, for conducting a very nice and successful, it is a grand successful conference. And we are very happy to be a part of it. And even in spite of it is online, there was no single flaw we can point out, because every program is in time and all speakers have delivered their goods exactly in time and also done in an excellent manner. So really we are very happy to have this and participate in this conference.
There is some signal problem, I think.
Also, I should congratulate the present executive, the inaugural,
okay.
And also making a separate session. It is a highly appreciable thing. And not only that, all efforts that was taken in that, and I advise the organizers of this conference, particularly Jayashree and Bhattacharya, to bring a proceedings of this. And ISPS, particularly the good papers, after reviewing, our journal may take off printing some of the good papers in that, particularly the Journal of ISPS. I am very happy that the conference went on very well. And I once again congratulate all the team members of ISPS as well as the organizing committee for conducting this conference. Thank you. Thanks for the given opportunity.
Thank you. Maybe the final response from somebody, and then we will invite the organizers. Anybody else? Satish? Yeah, please.
In fact, last 3 days, we are on the virtual mode. Even though in the virtual mode, we have been given a very feast from the side of the Osmania University. And in fact, the Professor Bhattacharya and Professor Jayashree did a very wonderful work during these days, and they are very sincere towards each and every activities of this conference. While organizing the conference, they contacted several times, and even in the night and the other time also they are preparing and rescheduling, structuring did a very beautiful work. So on behalf of the ISPS and all assembled here in this group, let us give a big clap to both these two personalities for the successful conduct of this conference.
Okay.
And I'm very much proud to say that our ISPS is now in the developing stage with a geometrical growth with the Trimurtis like Professor Reddy, Professor Balakrishna, and Professor Malik, and with the support of all EC and associate EC members, I'm sure, and with all blessings from the great people like our Prakash Ram and others. We are very much happy and very much glad to be in this moment. After the conduct of our professors are waiting to get relief out of these hard works during these days. I know the efforts while conducting a conference. With all best wishes and great success to our organization, our association, let me to once again thanking you all. Thank you, professors. We expect your blessings and support in future also for the ISP. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
I think now I invite Professor Jayashree, leaving Professor Patracharya to conclude. So, Madam, please, now it is your turn. I think you have to unmute.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Now you are audible.
Thank you, sir. A good evening to one and all, the dignitaries on the dais, respected Professor Balakrishna sir, Professor Malik sir, Professor Rajshekhar Reddy sir, Dr. NCH Bhattacharya sir, and I would like to just give a small report on the conference, sir. On the conference. Some of the outcomes of this international conference on statistics and data science, theory and practice for progress and prosperity are 3 plenary talks were delivered on the theme of the conference by Professor BLS Prakash Ram sir, Emeritus Professor, CR Rao Institute of AIM, SCS, and former director of Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta, recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Science and Technology, and CR Rao Lifetime Achievement Award. Professor Arup Bose, Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta, and recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Science and Technology and fellow of ISPS. Professor A.M. Mathai, Pala, Kerala, University, Kerala, recipient of Founders Award from the Statistical Society of Canada. We are very thankful to you, sir, for delivering these lectures. And on the theme of the conference, talks were delivered by Professor P.G. Sankaran under Professor P.V. Sukhatme Endowment Lecture, Professor K. Srinivasa Rao under Professor R. Ravanan Endowment Lecture, Professor Debasis Kundu under Professor A.M. Mathai Endowment Lecture, Professor Isha Diwan under Professor Y.C. Narsimulu Endowment Lecture, Professor Somesh Kumar under Professor D.D. Hanagal Endowment Lecture, Professor C. Raghavendra Rao under MP Sastry Endowment Lecture, and a series of 3 lectures were given by Professor G. Arivarignan sir, Professor S. Udayabhaskaran, and Professor Tangarajan under Professor G. Sankaranarayanan Symposium lectures. Professor M. Vishnuvardhan Rao, Professor V.V. Haragopal, Professor Subramanyam, and Mr. Kaundinya Vajha delivered their talks under Professor S.N. Narahari Pandit Memorial Lectures. 34 sessional invited talks on the theme of the conference were delivered by distinguished senior professors and professors. Out of 201 papers received research papers received, 122 contributory papers were presented in the conference. The sessions were chaired by 65 distinguished senior professors and professors. I am thankful to all the senior professors and professors for readily accepting our invitation and taking time to conduct these sessions out of their busy schedule. And thank you for delivering the lectures whenever we approached them for delivering an invited talk. I take this opportunity to thank Professor N. Balakrishna, Professor S.C. Malik, Professor P. Rajashekar Reddy sir, Professor Satish Kumar, Dr. Venkateshwaran for their suggestions and kind cooperation. Whenever I called, they were always ready to help me and always ready with the suggestions. And I'm very, very thankful to all of you, sir. Without your suggestions, it couldn't be successful. And thank you very much for all that, sir. And I thank our organizing secretary, Dr. N.C.H. Bhattacharyalu, sir, for his work since 3 to 4 months. And without his cooperation, his suggestions, I couldn't have done it. Thank you all. Thank you very much, all of you who have made it a big success. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Bhattacharyalu. You may take over now. Maybe you may close with your out of thanks also.
Yes, sir. Good evening to all.
I think you could keep your camera on. Yeah, you are visible.
Respected Professor N. Balakrishna Garu, ISPS, and Professor S.C. Malik Garu, General Secretary, and Honorary President, Professor Rajashekar Reddy Garu, and Professor G. Jayasri, convener of this conference, and respected senior professors, research scholars, scientists, and students. Good afternoon to all. It is my privilege to say the vote of thanks to all the members who are involved either directly or indirectly for making this conference as grand success. It is a great pleasure for us hosting of the 41st Annual Conference of Indian Society for Probability and Statistics in Osmania University. We are treating that it is honor for us. We are grateful to Professor Rajashekar Reddy Garu for giving a chance to us to host this conference in the Osmania University by keeping confidence on us by considering our request. Thank you very much, sir. And on the behalf of the Department of Statistics, Osmania University, first and foremost, we are grateful to Professor N. Balakrishna, President ISPS, and Professor S.C. Malik, General Secretary ISPS, and Professor P. Rajashekar Reddy, Honorary President ISPS, for their unconditional support and in suggesting the speakers, chairs, and for various talks and sessions. And also I'm very much thankful to Professor Satish Kumar for unconditional support. I'm sorry, sir, we are disturbing many times, even the nights, for identity. So we are disturbing and conducting the meeting and taking the suggestions and scheduling. And because it is a very big schedule, so that what had taken the previous from the Professor Satish Kumar and Professor N. Balakrishna Garu, the related to the same. We are grateful to the speakers, Professor Ashish Chakravarti, Professor Anup Chaturvedi, Professor Somesh Kumar, Professor Ravi Surdi, Professor M. Krishna Reddy Garu, and Professor Kodur Srinivas, Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan, for accepting our invitation and delivering the inspirational talk in the virtual workshop on the innovations on data and statistical sciences. So thank you very much for the delivering the talks, for your kind acceptance. And also we are thankful to Professor Rajsekhar Reddy Garu for guiding and taking consent for the speakers for the workshop. So thank you very much, sir. Without your cooperation, we cannot continue and we cannot find out the distinguished these professors. We are grateful to the speakers, Professor BLS Prakash Ram Garu, Professor Arup Bush, and Professor A.M. Mattai for accepting our request and delivering the thought-provoking and inspirational the plenary talks. So thank you very much, sir. And we are also grateful to all the delivered lectures, Professor Anup Chaturvedi, Professor Somesh Kumar, and Professor Krishna Reddy Garu. And we are also thankful to Professor K. Srinivas Rao Garu, Professor Devashish Kundu, Professor Isha Diwan, Professor Somesh Kumar, Professor Raghavendra Rao, Professor Arvir Vignan, Professor Uday Sankaran Tangarajan, and Professor Vishnuvardhan, and Professor Haragopal, and Dr. Kaundinya and Dr. Y.V. Subramanian for endowment and the symposium talks. Thank you very much and so I'm very much thankful to all the speakers for coming and joining in time and as per the schedule, and out of the total, the schedule of the 34, the sessional talks and the 13, the endowment and the other talks, and 3 plenary talks. Only one we missed it, and all the other sessions are conducted as per the schedule that what we have prepared it. So thank you for each and every speaker who have spent more time and also cooperating. Without your cooperation and without your support, it is very difficult for us to make it success. And Professor S.C. Malik, Professor N. Balakrishna, Professor P.R. Vittal, Professor D.S. Uda, Professor K.K. Joshi, Professor T. Ramanathan, Professor Sudesh Kattumani, Professor C. Satish Kumar, Professor Loganathan Sir, Professor Elangovan, Professor Sandamarai Kannan, Professor Tirupati Rao, Dr. Latpate, Dr. Nehagar, Dr. R. Vishnuvardhan, Professor Abdul Sattar, Dr. Manoj Chako, Dr. Isha Patik Das, Dr. B.G. Manjunath, Dr. V. Kaviyarsu, Dr. P.K. Swain, Dr. Bindu Krishnan, Dr. Ananya Lahari, Dr. B.N. Mandal, and Dr. Ramakrishnan, and if any other that we miss, excuse, and we are very much thankful to each and every speaker. And we are also thankful to all the professors chaired the sessions of the invited talks and contributory talks. So around 65 the chairing sessions, which are with a short span of time, within minutes, they are readily occupied the chair and conducted without any disturbances. And we are also thankful to all my colleagues of the department, Dr. S.A. Jyotirani, Dr. G. Sirisha, Dr. M. Raghavendra Sharma, and Dr. Mr. J.L. Padmasri. And also I'm thankful to the my post-graduation students and who are continuously monitoring the 4 sessions by allotted to them, and the Himaja, Harshita, Haripriya, and Manasa. And also thankful to the total coordination taken by my research scholars, Dr. C.H. Anusha, Ranjita, and Swarnalata, and who are directly involved or not directly involved in the workshop and conference. For all them, that I'm very much thankful to all the members who have cooperated. And also we are thankful to Madan Murthy, Basiruddin, Kiran, Lakshmi Prabha and their team from Video Technologies for developing the virtual platform for the delegates or speakers without any interruption in telecasting and also telecasting through YouTube simultaneously. And we are, as for even today, so more than the 250 plus they're viewing the YouTube on live. And we are apologizing for any inconvenience made, either unwantedly, whatever that is happened, please don't mind, and we are apologizing, and the speakers or chairs or contributory speakers for the inconvenience, whatever it is made. Thank you to one and all.
Okay, so thank you all, I think, for staying till the late evening, and I wish that we will join for the physical conference during the 42nd annual convention to be held at Cochin in January first week of 2023.
Yes, we will be there. Best wishes in advance.
Okay, thank you. See you all again. Bye.
Okay, bye.
We will be meeting. Hopefully, we will be meeting there physically.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody, and happy.
Okay, sir. Bye. See you again.
Very memorable event, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Particular thanks are also due to Rajashekar Reddy garu for taking all the pains.
Thank you,
Namaskar, sir. Prakash Ram garu. We are really grateful that you have been a great mentor here for us.
Yes, sir.
I'm thankful to the donors, Sai Sudhir Degree and PG College for major conducting of this conference, and also Jahanavi Degree and group of institutions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let us have a big party at our own respective places.
Okay.
In fact, we missed the physical presence at the Usmania University. It was a great missing because this Professor Bhattacharya and the team, Professor
Satish Kumar.
Satish Kumar sir and Rajashekar Reddy sir and S.C. Malik sir, you have helped in great in arranging the
programs, right? Yeah, programs. Program scheduling committee.
It may not be success.
Webmaster also must be thanked, sir. Webmaster must be thanked.
We shall try our best to visit your university.
Satish, you may free in September. May not plan any programs in September because
I think Professor Satish and Professor Reddy are competing for conferences.
So that's why well in advance I am putting a request not to organize that time.
To avoid any collision.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, sir. Let us take rest for some time.
Come on.
Now
Bye.
The session will be ended with Janagana Mana sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
If you wish.
Oh, Neha came.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
There is a Janagana Mana.
Okay.
National anthem.
All right.
Yes.
No.
That's fine.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय
जय जय हे
மேல இருக்கு 4 PhD 40 மார்க் சாலிடா அந்த தேர்ட் காலம் வந்துரும் 100 மார்க் கண்டிப்பா.
Yeah, I mean, this was not planned actually. It's good.
Good. Ending is good. Very good. So closing also very good.
Yeah.